Hello everybody, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Please let me know in the comments where you guys are tuning in from. And I have a very special guest with me today, a very good friend and a friend of the show, Professor Syed Mohammed Marandi. He is both a professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, an expert on West Asian politics, and of course an advisor to the Iranian nuclear negotiations that took place here in Vienna in both rounds. So Professor Marandi, thank you so much for coming on. It's a true pleasure to see you and have you again.
Hi Richard, thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
Professor, I want to just start out with a simple question. You know, 4,000 children killed in Gaza, tens of thousands of people wounded. The death toll is already 10,000. How do you feel right now? How do you feel right now seeing all of this? You know, what conclusion can any human being draw from Israel's behavior? Because in the media, the Israelis, they don't even care anymore what people think. They just openly talk about their crimes like it's nothing.
I've been saying over the past few days to friends that I always consider myself to be a very sharp critic of the United States and of Western governments, Western regimes, as I often call them. But I really didn't think that the support for the genocide, the Holocaust in Gaza would be so strong among the elites, among governments in the West. They have no sense of morality. They're utterly corrupt. These regimes are a menace to humanity, and what they're doing is unforgivable. I always believed that the Israeli regime would be more than willing to carry out such shameful atrocities. It's the nature of the regime. They've been doing it for decades, not to such a barbaric degree, but that was believable. That was always, for me, believable. But I would have thought that there would be discontent, there would be anger, there would be subtle opposition, at least, in many quarters, especially across Europe. But I've discovered that these people, the people in charge, the elites, the journalists in the legacy media, the mainstream media, that they're just like the Israeli soldiers that are carrying out these atrocities.
Yeah, they've certainly shown their true colors. But where do you think this is going? Because if nobody, if nobody can stop them, in the media and apply pressure that way. I know people are coming out and protesting and so on, but the Israelis, it seems they really don't care. That they'll let people talk to a certain extent. But basically, figuratively speaking, they'll let people talk and just go ahead with their behavior, right? Like they're running the show.
I think that the biggest loser in all this is the collective West and the Israeli regime. Especially the atrocities are, I think, the biggest reason for their defeat. The attack on the 7th of October was a jailbreak. It was a slave rebellion, and it was completely legitimate. It came after years of genocide, regular bombings, regular genocidal bombings. All sorts of atrocities have been carried out against
what's happening right now is the proof.
Open air prison. But what I meant is that all of this began before October the 7th. This October the 7th was a response to this. The slave rebellion was completely legitimate, and the Israeli regime lied about beheaded babies, raped women, and now it's even becoming obvious that the killings were carried out largely by the Israeli army and the Air Force and their helicopters they just completely lost control.
Yeah.
And the Western media tried to strengthen this narrative to prepare the grounds for Israeli atrocities. In other words, Western journalists, they were helping the Israelis so that they could kill as many people as possible and get away with it. That was the objective of these lies.
Yeah.
And Western regimes, they promoted these lies because they wanted to help them. Those influencers and people online who they kept saying we've seen the footage, but they never showed the footage. We've been
Right.
seeing all sorts of horrible, horrific clips over the past month that, it just makes one sick. You can't sleep at nights.
Yeah, that's true.
For dinner, you can't think, you can't eat properly. And then they say we've seen the clips, but they won't show it. They were all lying because they wanted to prepare the world for atrocities so that the world wouldn't react. And the Western media, when days of atrocities had taken place and people across the world were getting outraged, and then the Israelis hit the hospital, again, they did the same thing. They tried to create
God.
questions about who actually was responsible. It was clear who was doing it,
Yeah.
but they wanted to decrease anger by creating confusion. Or even before that, if you recall, when the Israelis were telling people to go south, they bombed people who were leaving, killing 70 people. And then in the Western media, they were saying maybe it was Hamas
Jesus.
who exploded a bomb so that people wouldn't leave. In other words, attributing the most disgusting atrocities to the victims.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to make Hamas look evil when the people who they're trying to protect are carrying out the evil. These people are just as shameless and just as evil as those air pilots who are murdering these children. They're just as murderous and evil as those drone pilots. They're just as murderous and evil as those army soldiers that are carrying out these atrocities. In some ways, they're even more evil because they are helping them get away with these crimes, and they're trying to blame the victims for these crimes that are carried out against them. So in many ways, these journalists are more evil. These politicians are more evil than those Israeli thugs that are busy killing kids, both in Gaza and the West Bank. Let's not forget
Exactly.
that as this Holocaust is taking place in the death camp, the number of people who are being killed in the West Bank have increased substantially. And of course, the Israelis just killed 3 little children, 3 little girls in Lebanon too. So it's just beyond belief what's going on. But I think the West has finally exposed itself. They have no credibility anywhere in the world. I just returned from 2 trips. I was invited to China and I was invited to Russia for 2 different programs. And in China, people were outraged. And the same was true in Russia. Public opinion is completely against Israel. And you know as well as I what's going on in our region, across the global South, and it's not just Israel, because the West is supporting it. The West is behind, and the Americans in particular, they want these atrocities to take place. The Americans are not pulling the leash; they are letting the Israelis carry out these atrocities, and the whole globe sees it. So the West has crushed its own credibility. It has destroyed its own credibility, which reaffirms something that people like ourselves have always been saying. The Israeli regime is not an asset to the West. It is detrimental to Western interests. But forget that. The West has no morality. It is utterly immoral. It is carrying out the worst crimes. This is worse than previous Holocausts, in the sense that it's being carried out live.
In the open.
Of a global audience. Throughout history, we've had genocides and we've had atrocities that may have been much larger in number, although the numbers are growing fast, and compared to the population of Gaza, the numbers are very high. And a lot of people have been killed in a very short period of time. But the scope of the atrocities may have been bigger in other places, but throughout history, usually at least, evil regimes like the Israeli regime, they try to hide their atrocities. They try to claim that they didn't happen. Even Saddam Hussein didn't brag about massacring people. No one brags about atrocities.
Yeah.
But Israel and the West, they do it openly,
Right.
and they act as if it's justified. And that makes them outlaws in the international community, and they will pay a price. They will pay a price. People will tilt to politicians, countries will tilt away from them. It will strengthen the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It will strengthen BRICS. It will strengthen all sorts of regional organizations. It will hurt Western brands. People will be more inclined to purchase non-Western goods, to travel to non-Western countries. These things have an impact that is not possible to gauge, but it does have an impact because brand America, brand EU, brand Australia, brand Israel, they have been wrecked. Yeah. Brand Canada, they've all been wrecked.
Yeah, Professor, that's the thing, because what the Israelis do is they which I find disgusting, is that they try to abuse the memory of the Holocaust, right? First of all, they associate Judaism with Zionism, which is wrong. And then they act like they are the only victims and spokespersons of the Holocaust. So let's assume that that's true for a second. Okay, so why do they go and then carry out similar atrocities in broad daylight? Like you said, that makes it worse, because they're they should be the last people, technically speaking, to do this to somebody else, right? If it happened to them. So why are they doing it? And then on top of it, bragging about it, in broad daylight. That is what is, outrageous. It's like making everything they're doing twice as worse. I really think that as you said, they're not going to be able to gauge what's happening. Everything is unraveling. There's so many people that I know personally, people online that are boycotting left and right. Brands. So many brands, things I haven't even heard of. It's really quite impressive, the scale of this, and people are rightfully disgusted.
Yes, and during World War II, the side that was the greatest victim of the Nazi regime was the Russians and the Slavs. Where's the sympathy for them? They're always being demonized. Mm-hmm. They had arguably over 30 million, some say close to 40 million casualties. The official numbers, I think, are near 30 million.
Yeah.
But they're always demonized, and over the last year and a half, we've been seeing racist comments by influential people in governments in the West about Russians very regularly.
Yes. Yeah.
But one of the good things that's come out of this horrific crime is that many young Jews, especially in the United States, I'm sure in other countries as well, but in the United States, I've noticed that they've been very active. They've been coming out to the streets. Jews in Iran, by the way, protested against Israel, but Jews in the United States have been very vocal.
Yeah.
They've been doing some very good work, excellent work, fantastic work. They've been heroes in this whole during this whole affair, and they're the best proof that Judaism has nothing to do with Zionism. And of course, the majority of Zionists are not even Jews; they're Christians.
Yes,
people who are supporting these atrocities in the West, and especially in the United States, are overwhelmingly Christian Zionists. So it has nothing to do with Judaism. It has nothing to do with Christianity, just like ISIS had nothing to do, or Al-Qaeda had nothing to do with Islam.
Right.
All of these, whether ISIS, whether Al-Qaeda, whether the Contras, or whether Zionism, they were supported by Western intelligence agencies.
Yep.
They were supported by these amoral bodies that have done nothing but harm to the international community. They have no religion, they have no dignity, they have nothing. They're just
Yes.
selfish, corrupt bodies, groups of people, individuals that that are destroying the world. And we are seeing it happen as you and I speak. As you and I speak, people are dying.
Yes, it's horrible.
That's where by the time this interview ends, we're going to have more dead people in Gaza. We're going to have more maimed people in Gaza, and then the survivors, Richard, what are they going to be like? Will they be
Exactly.
able to go back to normality? I still have the scars of war, the chemical weapons that Western governments gave to Saddam Hussein to use against Iranians and Iraqis. I still have those scars, the scars of war, seeing people, friends killed, martyred by weapons given to Saddam Hussein by these regimes. These are scars that people like myself live with. What about the scars of these little kids? I was
Yes.
an adult. I was a volunteer defending the country against aggression. What about these 4-year-olds that don't die, or whose faces are torn off,
Yeah.
or whose limbs are torn off? It's for them, it's worse than death. So the West has committed an unforgivable crime. The Israeli regime is illegitimate. I hope I don't cause trouble for your program.
Say it again. Again.
They have lost. They never were legitimate, but in the eyes of the global, in the eyes of the public opinion across the globe, they've lost their
Yeah.
supposed legitimacy because people have seen them for who they are. No sane person can accept this.
Yeah.
They are like the Nazis of Germany. They've gone way too far. They're like ISIS. They've gone way too far. And so, again, I stress, the greatest defeat was not the slave revolt of the Palestinians and Hamas on October the 7th. The greatest defeat was not the fact that Hamas and Islamic Jihad and others are defending Gaza heroically as we speak, and the Israelis have failed to penetrate the city. The greatest defeat for the regime is that it's carrying out genocide, is carrying out a Holocaust across this concentration camp, this death camp, in front of the international community.
Yep.
They can never repair that.
Yeah, and you mentioned the children who are forced to live through this. I mean, I tried, calculating this the other day. I think if you're like, let's say 15 years old and you're in Gaza, you've lived through 4 different wars. 4.
That's right.
I mean, what is that? Like, why should Palestinians?
It's called mowing the lawn. It's
Yeah.
called mowing the lawn. Every now and then, they mow the lawn. They kill people. They massacre people. They decrease the population. Or it's called the Zahir or Dahir doctrine. What did they do in 2006? They bombed Dahir. They destroyed the neighborhood. They bombed towers of apartments, killing and massacring the population to force Hezbollah and Lebanon into submission. In other words, the Israeli regime uses atrocities openly, and the West supports it. The West supports it. The West backs it to the hilt. The West wants more atrocities. They want more people killed. Otherwise, their newspapers would not try to hide the atrocities. Otherwise, the newspapers and media outlets would not try to pin the blame on the victims. Otherwise, they wouldn't be constantly trying to be apologetic for the actions of this horrific regime. So we've reached a new stage in, I think, contemporary human history. The West, which till now always carried the mantle, or they always behaved as if they were the representatives of human, that they were the moral
Light of the
guide,
world.
moral guides for humanity, and that they were the ones who took care of human rights and protected human rights. That's all gone. They are the worst enemies of human rights. From now on, if they speak about human rights, and they cannot speak about North Korea. North Korea is probably, in the eyes of, I've never been there, I can't comment about North Korea personally, but let us assume that North Korea is like the most problematic society in the non-Western world, or the most problematic country in the non-Western world. Let's say. I don't trust anything that comes from the West anymore, but let's say that's the case. They're worse.
Yeah.
North Korea is not done anything like what we've seen in Gaza in front of the global community. In fact, if North Korea is killing its own people, as the West and their human rights bodies and their governments and their media try to say, they hide it. They hide it because it's shameful.
Yeah.
They hide it. They would, if I was doing it, I'd hide it. I'd pretend that I'm a good person. But the West, they massacre.
Yeah.
They're ruthless. So they have no credibility left. They've destroyed. So they've destroyed themselves economically. Now they've destroyed themselves militarily in Ukraine. They've been fighting Russia and they've been defeated. But now the most important thing of all is that they've destroyed their credibility. They've destroyed the image that they created for themselves as somehow being morally superior to the rest of us. Because those of us who've read a few books, we know that for the last 500 years that the West has been the main problem across the globe. That they created, their empires have destroyed the global South, and the global South is still struggling because of that destruction. Africa cannot easily rise again after what they've done to Africa.
Yeah.
And the same is true in other parts of the world. But for younger people in my own country, many young people, they were under the illusion that the West was the land of human rights, and the West was. Now everyone sees the reality. All my students, they see reality. Everyone knows what's going on now. They've destroyed themselves, not just in my country, but everywhere, and in their own countries, because increasingly, despite the laws banning protests and banning slogans and banning flags and the propaganda and the demonization, you're seeing unprecedented rallies across the West, not just heroic Jews, but everyone. Maybe they're not a majority in some places, but they've broken the back of these hegemonic institutions that control the West.
Yeah, Professor, we've been seeing this for decades, what they've been doing, and we knew already what like you mentioned they did in Beirut in 2006 and Sabra and Shatila and these massacres. But now it's like you said, they've managed to screw themselves in the West this time, so that people in the West can see, and that's why you're having a lot of the largest protests since Iraq. I don't know if it will be able to accomplish anything, because it's not like these governments even care, but hopefully it will. And I think I want to ask you about when it comes to Hamas, when it comes to the resistance access, because I feel like people underestimate or perhaps forget the role that they play, because they are the ones that are really on the front lines against, this hegemon, against people who really don't care about human rights, that are really just genocidal, as Israel is. This operation on October 7th. What did you think of the planning? The fact that this was such an intelligence and military failure for the Israelis. What does that say about the situation that they find themselves in now? Because if we compare it to 20, 30 years ago, Israel is weak, and now the resistance axis is stronger. So they failed in every objective that they've set out.
When I was in China in particular, the Chinese, and these are like experts in our region and in politics, they were saying that Israel its image has been wrecked at two different levels. One is that it had always created an image of itself as being very powerful and very capable of defeating its adversaries and so on. That has been completely devastated.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that the Americans bring in aircraft carriers and they bring in submarines and the whole Western world is mobilizing to help them carry out the Holocaust, the Gaza Holocaust, is only a further sign of weakness.
Mm-hmm.
It shows how utterly weak the regime is. Second of all, the Chinese were saying that the Israeli regime, their sheer brutality and their inhumanity destroyed any legitimacy that they had in the eyes of the public. Now, for me, and for many other people who, again, have read a few books, Israel never had moral legitimacy because it was a colonial apartheid regime that carried out ethnic cleansing, and your viewers know the story better than I. But for those outside of the region, for those who are young and who constantly are bombarded by Western narratives that Israel is somehow decent and democratic and it's high tech. That's another thing that the Chinese were saying, that obviously their technology isn't worth that much when they can't even discover an attack that's going to take place in an area that they've surrounded for years.
Yeah, and spent billions on.
Yes, exactly. So their legitimacy in the eyes of the Chinese has been destroyed. So whether the West stops the war now or not, Israel has been destroyed. It's been permanently diminished. And in my opinion, every day that the war continues is bad news for the regime, because it only makes it more hated across the world.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we have to make sure that this stays in the news, that this stays people, when they wake up in the morning, they confront it, whether on social media or through whatever means. It is our responsibility to make this.
It's just the truth after all. It's just the truth.
Absolutely. In my opinion, our top priority today is Gaza, and then getting on with the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
That's what I think. These people, the people in Gaza, are heroes.
They are.
Not just the resistance, Hamas or Islamic Jihad or the others, not just them. The women who stay put,
mm-hmm.
the women who are resilient, the men, the children who despite the horrors, they've been steadfast.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary. It reminds me of the 33-day war in Lebanon.
Yes.
How it was the people who protected Hezbollah. And cause the enemy to lose. This is even more intense. This
Yes.
victory is even greater than the 33-day war. It is far greater than any of the other battles or the
Yeah.
wars that the Israelis have waged on Gaza. This is unique. And the children of Gaza, the women of Gaza, the men of Gaza, all of them are heroes in this battle, no matter how the Americans and the European elites try to portray the story differently. And no one believes them. No one believes. They know what the truth is.
Yeah. It's
Only the most ignorant of people, the most ignorant of people, can be fooled now.
they, it's like you said, Professor. They are really heroes, all of them, and it's if people in, for example, London during the Blitz are heroes, what does that make people in Gaza then? 10 times more, honestly, because they have they've been besieged for over a decade. They've gone through this stuff multiple times, and now, despite everything, they stay put. And we know there are huge economic reasons behind it. It's not just the ethnic cleansing. It's not just the racism that's driving Israel to do this. They want to get rid of Palestinians and put them in the desert, and they're quite open about this. Or even
they've already done that. Gaza
yeah.
is where the Palestinians were taken,
Exactly.
were sent to. They were removed from their lands. The attack that Hamas carried out with great success was on territory where these people came from.
Exactly. They should have taken their homes back immediately.
It was their land.
Yeah.
Where they were expelled from.
Yeah.
Whenever you see a Westerner say, but the atrocities on October the 7th or whatever, that person is trying to justify a Holocaust. What happened on October the 7th it's like a plantation in the American South,
yeah,
where the slaves revolted against the master. Maybe a master's son died, maybe a baby died, maybe the kid of a neighbor died, but that doesn't change the reality.
Right. Exactly.
Maybe an innocent person was killed here or there. That doesn't change the reality.
Yep.
The reality is that a brutal, illegitimate master had crushed the slaves for decades, and now the slaves wanted to rid themselves of this oppression. That's the story.
Yep.
Nothing else but that is acceptable. And even and in any case, history did not begin on that day. This
yeah, it's revolting how they try to equate it.
I wanted to say this hellhole, but Gaza, I think, is a holy place.
Yeah.
Where people have resisted oppression and racism and ethnic cleansing for decades. Gaza, this concentration camp, this what is now a death camp, this open air prison, they've been experiencing these bombings, as you said, periodically. This is just the most intense. So no, nothing happened on October the 7th that was new.
This is what is so typical of the Israelis. They always want to play the victim. Always, no matter what happens. So it's amazing that they go to the United Nations, which and embarrass themselves like this. I saw them putting on these stars of David from the Holocaust, and the ambassador brought a rock with him or something. I mean, just these displays, they not only insult the Holocaust, but they make a mockery of themselves, and even more insulting to the people in Palestine and in Gaza. Like, imagine you're being bombed by and then you see this crap on TV. That's if the Israelis have they've not cut the internet. You know, it's incredible how the Israelis always manage to portray themselves as victims, even when they're carrying out a genocide in broad daylight.
Well, they themselves are anti-Semites.
Yeah, yes, they are.
Not only are they murdering Gazans who are Semites, but those who were killed in the Holocaust by the Nazis, they are insulting their memory.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not the first time. By supporting Nazi groups in Ukraine to deal with Russia, and Israel supported them.
Yes.
But they were cautious because they didn't want to destroy their relationship with Russia, but they were supporting them. They were diminishing the memory of the Holocaust. They were strengthening, even before this, they were strengthening Nazi forces, Nazi ideology in Europe. And now they're doing the same thing that the Nazis did, the same thing that the Nazis did. That diminishes the Holocaust in the eyes of the global community, because right now the West is saying a Holocaust is okay. The West is saying that a Holocaust genocide is okay. You can find a reason for it. Nowadays they're all day and night. If you watch the media, day and night, they're justifying it with one rotten logic or another.
That's true. They're trying to justify it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're justifying. The kids are during any Holocaust in the past or any genocide in the past, as I said earlier, we would get the news later.
Mm-hmm.
You'd hear in Bosnia they beheaded people, but you wouldn't see it. You'd hear it later. They'd say it in the news, and then maybe a week later you'd get pictures of graves or something.
Yeah.
Or in any other part of the world. But here it's being done right in front of everyone's eyes, and the West is supporting it.
Yeah.
So what the West is saying is that the worst possible crime is okay. Under certain circumstances that we determine, it's okay. It's fine. It's acceptable.
They're using the same language also, you know, they call people in Gaza, you know, Professor, they're saying things like, you know, human animals, and then, you know, saying, celebrating
they're
killing
human animals. There are no innocent people. And these are like the top ranking people in the country.
Yeah, that's genocidal intent.
What's being said by Knesset members and ordinary people on the street, forget all that. The president says there are no innocent people in Gaza. That means the kids are not innocent. That's why you can kill them. The defense minister, I think, said they're human animals.
Yeah,
so you can kill them. And then now you see a former minister or a current minister say that we can nuke them. We can use a nuclear weapon on them. The Minister of Culture, or the former Minister of Culture, yesterday said we can use a nuclear weapon.
The heritage minister.
Yeah, so you would think that across the West, these would be the headlines.
Yeah.
These would be the headlines. Palestinians, human animals. That, you know, outrage. The European Parliament would condemn the Israeli Minister of Defense, condemn the president, condemn the minister, condemn they don't do that.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. So they have destroyed the meaning, the evilness of the word Holocaust, because it's doable. You can massacre people now, but you just have to give your reasons for doing it.
Yeah, it's incredible because
and you're not massacring you're not massacring the guy next door. You're massacring the people that you've been massacring for decades
Mm-hmm.
and who you've been treating as slaves and as dirt for decades, which makes it even more evil.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're not even fighting proper, armed forces. They're just. I wanted to get back to that in a second, but I just want to say that this is genocidal intent, which is one of the things that when you want to prove the crime of genocide, you need to show that the leaders said we want to commit genocide. You need to prove it, and they're on TV saying it. They're on television saying it in broad daylight.
They're proud about it. They're proud about it.
Even I can't believe I'm saying this, but even Blair and Bush didn't say human animals about Iraq, and they killed 1 million people, which is also a form of genocide. Even though they didn't say it, but even Bush, I can't believe that we are somehow giving him credit here. But even Bush did not say this on TV, and he's a mass murderer. He's responsible for some of the worst destruction in the 21st century. I used to think that Iraq was the worst one. Now, when I see what's happening right this second in Gaza, it surpasses it in every way. Statistically, quantifiably, it's worse than what Britain and America did in terms of proportionality. Because when they went into Iraq, there were tons of people killed, and then it started sloping off, which doesn't, make it any better. But my point is that in Gaza, it's even higher, and it's continuing to more and more every day. They killed 500 people just last night.
And they're doing it in the name of killing human animals. And the West is supporting it. So Bush's crime today in supporting Israel for killing human animals is greater than what he did in Iraq. Blair's crime today for supporting those who say children, babies are not innocent, his crime today is greater than his crime during Iraq.
Yeah.
You probably saw Netanyahu's speech where he used biblical allusions to where a tribe was wiped out, their children all massacred, even their animals were all massacred. He was saying that is what we are, that he was alluding to that when he was talking about the war in Gaza. That means genocide.
Yeah.
That means a Holocaust. Do you think American journalists and European journalists did not see that speech? Do you think they don't know what those biblical allusions were about? You think they didn't look it up? They all know what's happening.
Yep. They know.
They all know what's going on. So they
Shame
are
on
in
them.
bed. They are in bed with today's Nazis. They are Nazis. They are worse than Nazis because, as I said, the people who are doing the killing, they are killers. But the people who are creating the framework for atrocities, if, God forbid, you or I lived in a country, our own country, the country that we, where we, of which we hold the passport, if our country was doing such a thing, I would rebel against that country. I would fight against that country. There is no reason, no legitimate reason for silence. There's no legitimate reason for someone in CNN or the BBC or the New York Times to keep working for them.
Yeah.
They don't have an excuse. They can't say, well, if I leave, someone else will do it. It's like that Israeli, it's
Jacob.
like that guy.
Jacob.
Yes. Yes. He says, well, if I don't steal your home, someone else will do it. That's what every individual who's working at CNN and the BBC and elsewhere that's what each and every one of them are. They are Jacob. That's who they
truly are. Yeah.
That's who they are. They are exactly the same. But worse, because he's just stealing one house. They are justifying not just theft, they're justifying genocide. Yeah.
Yeah. And Professor, I want to ask you about I'm sure you saw Nasrallah's speech. I want to ask you what you thought about when he said that, when Sayyid Nasrallah said all options are on the table. I think it's pretty clear what it means, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on how his wording was, and do you think Hezbollah are doing enough? Because some people, given the scale of the slaughter, are thinking the resistance axis, they should jump right in. Obviously, I mean, that you can't do that in because there are many factors involved. But I know for a fact that Hezbollah every day are shelling Israeli positions every day. They've crippled their they've made them blind and deaf, figuratively speaking, on the border, or the fence, I should say. So we know that, and they've forced all these settlements to be evacuated. Do you think the resistance axis are doing enough to help people in Gaza? What else could they do? And if they can't do more, what are the limitations?
Well, as an ordinary person who's not in government and who has no responsibility, and therefore anything I say is just a normal citizen making a comment. What I can say is that Hezbollah, according to the Western media, according to Western think tanks, Iran, according to Western media and Western think tanks, they are the ones who gave or helped Hamas and Islamic Jihad and all those Palestinians who are resisting under the umbrella of Hamas, the ability, the capability, the military capability, the engineering capabilities, so they say, to defend themselves. Who else but Iran is doing it? Who else but Hezbollah is doing it? And Syria. Who else is doing it? So other countries are not helping.
Yeah.
Turkey, right now they're selling oil. I mean, Azerbaijan, the Baku's oil is going through Turkey to Israel.
Exactly.
They're using that oil for their tanks. They should stop trade. They should cut off ties.
The
same is true with other countries. If they just did that, it would be over.
I know. It pains me.
So Iran is under maximum pressure, sanctions, not because its national football team defeated the Americans in some football match in, what was it, 1998 or wherever. Yeah. It was because of Gaza. It was because of Palestine. The Iranians die because of sanctions. The economy suffers. Families suffer. Everyone suffers because of their support for Palestine. So Iran, Hezbollah, Yemen, they all do what they can, but others have to step in. Remember, Hezbollah has already given 60 plus martyrs.
That's true.
Hezbollah is not Nigeria. It is not Pakistan. It is not India. The population in Lebanon is small, and Hezbollah is a very influential organization. But 60 martyrs for them is a large number.
It is.
So they are hitting Israel hard, but there has to be, and Iran, I'm sure, according to, if we believe Western media outlets and think tanks, sorry for speaking like this, but I have to be cautious. If Iran has been helping Hamas in the past, then you can be absolutely sure that they're doing it now. Why it obviously didn't stop on October the 11th or 12th or 13th if they were doing it before. So I'm sure the Iranians, Hezbollah, the resistance, they're all doing what they can. But there are many other considerations. Hezbollah has to be sure that in Lebanon there's consensus as they push forward.
Right.
So they have to move forward in a way where they keep people on board. In Iraq, the resistance, when they do things, they have to keep people on board, and so on. So the momentum, though, is on the side of the resistance because people are becoming increasingly outraged. In Iran, overwhelmingly people have always supported Palestine, but we always had this liberal population, pro-Western, young people, and students of mine, many of them, they they don't know much about history. They watch Western movies, and they're influenced by Western culture, and they believe a lot of the nonsense that they believed a lot of the nonsense that they've been hearing. Right now, in class, if I discuss Gaza, everyone agrees. They shake their heads and
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, this is horrible. So the global public opinion, regional public opinion is moving in the right direction, and pressure is building. I mean, I'm sorry to say that people will continue to die. It's horrific, but every day that this continues, the government in Turkey is put under more pressure to take further steps. The governments in the Persian Gulf region, they're under pressure to take more steps. Governments across the world are put under more pressure to take further steps. Israel becomes more delegitimized. The West, the harm that's been created to the West is irreversible as well. They become weaker. The U.S. can bring the U.S. I just saw that Sky News said that the U.S. brought in a nuclear submarine with nuclear weapons, and this is a direct message to Iran. They are absolutely they're absolutely stupid. They're fools. They've destroyed their own credibility and reputation across the globe by being behind this Holocaust.
Yeah.
And then they want to tell the world, just like the Israeli minister, that they won't use nuclear weapons. They can't use nuclear weapons. But just by threatening or indirectly threatening Iran, they're telling the world that we're thugs.
Yeah, unhinged.
We're unhinged, exactly. We're rogue, we're crazy. What does that tell you about the United States? What does that tell young people about the United States? What does that tell the global population, the global South about the United States? So they're their own worst enemies. So to answer your question, Hezbollah is doing what it can, but this is not over. If Gaza is in danger of falling, then things will change. If the circumstances change, things will change for the Israelis. The Americans can't stop. They cannot win an escalation. They cannot win an escalated battle because right now the drones that are targeting American bases in Syria and Iraq,
Mm-hmm.
the Americans keep saying stop, but they're increasing. These are messages. If the Americans go to war, you won't see a couple of drones or a few drones striking American bases anymore. Those bases will be overrun. All U.S. assets in Syria and Iraq.
Why haven't they overrun them already? That's what I ask myself.
Well, it's complicated because you have the people in these different countries have their own views. I may have a view, but that doesn't mean that I can do whatever I want, in Iraq or in Syria or people. There has to be consensus. But if the Americans keep pushing, if the Israeli regime keeps pushing, the population in each of these countries is going to move in the direction of further confrontation. I've spoken to people in Lebanon, and they're saying people across the board are outraged. Christian, Muslim, Shia, Sunni, Druze.
Mm-hmm.
That Lebanon has always been a very deeply divided society. So
yeah,
the general direction that the Israelis are the Israelis are pushing these populations, the Americans are pushing these populations in a dangerous direction for themselves. If the Americans escalate, then they lose everything. And those countries that host American bases, they will be complicit. And therefore they will be legitimate targets. And they will cease to exist because they are basically, Russia is not the gas station. The gas stations are in the Persian Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
So these countries are highly vulnerable. I'm sure they have a very strong incentive not to allow the Americans to behave stupidly. And therefore, the top priority right now is to bring about a ceasefire, to end the killing. But also alongside that is to destroy and to keep destroying the non-existent credibility and reputation of Western regimes.
I mean,
That's what we
they're not even interested in a ceasefire. Usually they say they or pretend
know.
that they are, but now it's like this is straight up.
The Americans, I mean, look how utterly corrupt the United States is. The progressive senator from
Bernie Sanders,
the independent progressive senator from where, Wisconsin?
Bernie Sanders from Vermont, but
Oh, yeah, Vermont. That's right, Vermont. Bernie Sanders, the progressive independent senator, who is Jewish and who has more leeway than others to be able to critique Israel because they can't call him anti-Semite and so on. He will not support a ceasefire.
wow, I saw that speech interview yesterday, which is, again, it's so telling.
A humanitarian pause, Richard. You know what that means? A humanitarian pause basically means that you get a cigarette before you. I don't smoke, but you get a cigarette before you're executed.
Right.
So a humanitarian pause means giving a meal or two to the kids and so on before the bombing continues again and the Holocaust goes on. So that's
It's an insult.
That's an insult. That is itself criminal because it is pretending to be humanitarian where in fact it has nothing to do with any humanitarian act.
Yeah. You know, the children, the people that are seeing this, I think there are casualties. So there's a third group of casualties that nobody talks about because they, mention wounded, they mention the dead, the killed, and then there's a third category which is the mental trauma, right? And you alluded to that in the beginning. Nobody can even gauge this. The few psychologists that have in previous wars have all said, like, the bulk majority of children, they're bedwetting, they can't sleep at night, they have night terrors. They're
broken. Many people are just broken.
Yeah,
they're beyond repair.
Yeah,
they're just beyond repair.
This is sick
for many different reasons. They're just beyond repair.
This is sick,
but they're beyond repair.
Yeah, it's sick how they just do this to people in broad daylight, and you there's video after video after video of people, like, crying, screaming, like their whole family's been killed in front of them. And, you want me to feel sorry for the Israelis? I mean, this is...
For Westerners, Western elites, Western journalists, do they have any humanity? If they had any dignity right now on CNN, live on CNN, they would just get up and leave. Or on the BBC, Sky News, or in the, or in the New York Times, they'd stage a protest or a sit-in or something. But they don't, because they just say, they either try to justify it for themselves to make it easier for them to help with these crimes, or they just say, well, if I don't do it, someone else will. That's not an excuse. These people are enablers of genocide.
Professor, when it comes to the UN, for example, 88 UN staff have already been killed, which is a normal thing for Israel to kill UN staff all the time, but this figure is the highest of any conflict. Yeah, and they're not doing anything. I will agree.
You won't even say who did it.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned resignation. The human rights chief in New York at least had the self-respect to resign. Right. And he probably knows what it's like because he lived there in Gaza, so he's seen this. But the people in mainstream media have no self-respect, and people at the UN, I don't know what they're doing. Like, how many more UN staff have to be killed before they take action against Israel?
And then academics at universities who speak about,
they're a joke. They're really a joke. I this aircraft carrier that they sent, Britain sent one. The United States. I mean, this is obviously meant for Iran. Me personally, I'm okay. I'm answering the question for you already. I think Iran really does not care. But what did you make of that? And this sort of deterrence that they're trying to build.
It only damages them further, because they cannot win a war against Iran. Iran's drone and missile capabilities are more than enough to destroy all their bases in the Persian Gulf. And that would be the end of oil and gas in the Persian Gulf too. And then in Iraq, they would be swept away completely. Not just the green zone, everything. And not just the Americans, all of these Western regimes. And of course, Syria would be. And then Yemen, they would do whatever they feel they need to do.
Yemen have, yeah.
So the Americans are in no position to launch a war and win. They're already losing another war I mean, the war in Ukraine is still going on, and they're going to lose that war too. So they're in no position to wage all these wars simultaneously and then also contain China. They've just lost their minds. They're, the collective West, they've lost their minds. But what they do is, by behaving like thugs, by bringing in nuclear weapons to the region, while their allies committing genocide and a Holocaust, they're just showing everyone exactly who they are.
The Yemenis have, proven themselves to be heroes in the Arab and the Muslim world. They fired cruise missiles, ballistic cruise missiles from Yemen, 1,500 kilometers away to occupy Palestine. What did you make of that, Professor?
Oh, heroic, just like Hezbollah, heroic. They're paying a price. In Yemen, they've just gone through genocide themselves. Years of Western-backed genocide. The Americans helped starve Yemen. They helped starve Yemen. They helped impose starvation on the country. But despite all the hardship, they went out of their way to help these people. But of course, those who helped Yemen become who they are also helping through the support they give to Yemen or to Lebanon, to Syria, or to the resistance everywhere. So everyone is doing what they can. Some are giving martyrs, some are sanctioned, but everyone is doing what they can to help the people of Gaza. And the people on the streets in the Arab world, hopefully they'll do more. In Turkey, they'll do more. They'll put pressure on governments. In the West, people will do more. Across the global South, they'll do more. And ultimately, this regime, its back is broken. This war will end. This battle will end. This Holocaust will end. But the Israeli regime, completely diminished. And I would advise Zionists to leave. And the West, completely diminished. Completely diminished.
My final question, Professor, where do we go from here? What do you think is going to be the conclusion of the genocide, the Holocaust? Because I don't see things ever going back to normal. It never was normal in the first place. But there would be pauses. They would commit, a massacre. The Israelis could commit a massacre in Gaza, then, come back a year and a half later, and then on and off. This one stands out, which is really saying something. Where do we go from here? What is the conclusion?
These are dark times, and I think they will probably get darker, but I'm an optimistic person, and I believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I don't know if this is going to escalate. It is quite possible. Iran is ready for escalation. The resistance across the board is ready for escalation. Hezbollah is already giving martyrs. Everyone is prepared to go all the way. Everyone is prepared. No one wants that, because war is horrible, but everyone is ready. So the Americans shouldn't be stupid. The Europeans shouldn't be stupid. The smartest thing ultimately would be for the Americans to recognize that Israel is destroying the United States. Israel is destroying Canada. Israel is destroying Canada, is destroying Australia. It is destroying New Zealand. It is destroying the EU because Israel is their representative for the international community. Everyone sees them behind this.
Yeah,
Our
absolutely.
thing to do is for them to pull the leash and to end this. The sooner the better. Every single day that goes by, they lose.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the resistance, the people of the region, the people of the world, they won't let the Palestinians be exterminated. That won't happen.
Very, very wise words and insightful, Professor. And you know, like you said, everyone's prepared to go all the way, ourselves included. And you know, I thank you for your time, Professor. And I advise everybody to follow Professor Marendi on Twitter. Congratulations for the 100,000 followers. And yeah, it's you know, you're easily, you know, in my top 5 favorite Twitter accounts, essential. And it's always a pleasure speaking with you, Professor, albeit not the most, you know, joyful topic, but an important one nevertheless, an essential one. And you know, it's very, very, it's very, very tough right now, especially for people in Gaza. But you know, I hope everybody sees the truth. I think, you know, once you just look at what's happening in Palestine, you can easily figure out the, you know, the dynamic here. It's not that difficult. They just make it out to be.
And now that YouTube has demonetized you and you're doing a fantastic job, you've always been doing a fantastic job. I will always make sure whenever I watch you to watch it on Rumble or wherever else I can find your programs.
Thank you, dear Professor. It's most appreciated. Thank you. Everybody, that's Professor Marendi. Please, again, follow him on Twitter, and I'll put the link in the description and in the chat. And again, thank you so much, dear Professor. A pleasure as always.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So, guys, that was Professor Marendi. He is, as I said, he teaches at the University of Tehran. He is a great friend and an expert on not just, you know, politics in general, but specifically the Middle East or West Asia. And like I said, he's a professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, and also advisor to the Iranian delegation during the nuclear talks in Vienna, both times. So I'm gonna keep going live now and talk to you guys about Gaza, about what's happening, because there have been so many. I mean, you know, I'm streaming literally every day and doing threads on Twitter to keep you guys updated. So I have so many things to show you. Like, things really, it just every day the Israelis manage to stoop even lower. It's really something. So give me just a moment and let me pull these up for you. So I've collected quite a few gems, but I think first of all I should give you an update on everything and tell you just, you know. So just give me a second here, yeah? Okay. Guys, tell me where you're tuning in from, by the way. We've got 1,600 people watching. Let me know in the comments where you're tuned in from. Thank you, Crazy Puppet, for the crazy chat, super chats. Crazy Puppet says the Iron Dome has used faulty missiles. I was going to talk about that. How did you know? Is that a status of stockpiles and or intended casualties with questionable financial support from Israel to support Hamas for years and eventual outcome? Well, I'll get back to that in just a second. And Crazy Puppet says Israel cannot use the word Holocaust after telling Russia off when they brought up human rights violations. Russia, the country that is the sole inheritor of Soviet Union historical and financial obligation. Yeah, I mean, look, for many reasons, the Israelis need to stop abusing the word and the memory of the Holocaust, because first of all, the Holocaust, you had 6 million Jews. You also had Rome or Gypsy who were killed. You had gay people who were killed. You had political dissidents. You had priests. You had resistance fighters. You had communists. You had people with disabilities. Actually, the first ones to be sent to the camps before they became death camps. So this is when they were still building them. They were mostly political dissidents, right? And then, of course, they towards, so in 1942, 1943, they started really massacring millions and millions. And you had also the Einsatzgruppen. So in addition to the camps, the Germans, with the help of course, some of their allies, like the Nazis in Ukraine, they would go to villages where they knew that there were Jews or partisans, basically, again, resistance fighters, or they knew that there are communists there, or just Slavs in general. For the Nazis, any Slavic person, like Soviets, for them, in their ideology, in their Nazi ideology, they considered Slavs to be, quote unquote, subhuman, just like they did with disabled people or Jews. So they massacred, like, I think it's about 5 million Soviet prisoners of war. That's in addition to the millions in the Holocaust, right? The Russians, for them, it's all one Holocaust, right? So because they had 27 million people killed, half of them civilians, and within that, of course, the millions of Jews, and then also the millions of Soviet prisoners of war in the other half of the 27 million. So it's ridiculous. I mean, these figures are astronomical. So you can imagine how much the Soviet Union gave to fight fascism. And then today we insult their help and assistance and memory by sending money to Nazis in Ukraine. And I don't care how little, Nazis there are in Ukraine. It's the principle that's wrong. And Israel, as Professor Marandi was pointing out, they know this, man. You remember there were photos of Israeli soldiers with, like, holding up their flags with these Ukrainian Nazi units. I mean, Netanyahu himself, this is before the war, began in 2022. You have to understand something that Netanyahu and his Likud party, many of these people, they had ties openly, with far-right people in Ukraine. So, if you're looking at that, you might be scratching your head and going, what the hell's going on here? But the thing is that, when you look at the policies, look at what's happening in Gaza, it is not different from the Nazis. It's just as genocidal, and it's even worse, actually, because, if you've been the victim of genocide, okay, you're the first one who should say, stop, this is wrong. Okay, so in an ideal world, the Israelis would be the last people on earth to do what they're doing right now in Gaza. Okay, because they would know that this is wrong, because the Holocaust happened to them, so they would know that this is, it's unspeakable. These are unspeakable acts. How can you do this to somebody else? But the thing is that they are doing it. They are doing it despite many of them having been victims of the Holocaust. And that makes it worse. And the fact that it's in broad daylight makes it worse. What are the Europeans going to do? The Germans, the French, the Austrians, they said, oh, we didn't know, Franz. Yeah, they were doing it in the forest and we never see this. We have no idea. Yeah, we have no idea. Yeah, well, you certainly have a fucking idea now, don't you? Everybody has an idea what's going on. Everybody can see what's going on, and you still support it. All right, let me I've a bunch of things to pull up, okay? One second. God. You guys know I'm actually I'm thinking how to break down all of this to you, because you might get confused, and I would not blame you, because it is confusing and difficult to keep track of the massacres that the Israelis are committing. I mean, it's so much, truly so much. And sometimes the same place, they'll attack the same, refugee camp like twice within 24 hours, and you're sitting there going like, wait, hold on, is this the same one? It could. Yes, and this is a constant. It's not just now in Gaza. You can go look at, for example, the Israelis killing someone. I don't know, someone who, for example, with Down syndrome in Jerusalem or in the West Bank, and then you'll find another story just like it from 2 years ago, and then or for example, they'll attack Al-Aqsa Mosque, and I'm looking something up, and then I realize, hold on, this article is from it's from last year, or it's from 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and they've done it so many times that even Google is confused. I mean, it's nuts. It's really nuts. So just allow me a second to put these to put all of these together. All right, and we've got people tuning in from. We've got people tuning in from. I was gonna read it to you. Hold on. Manchester. We've got Russia, Colorado, the U.S., Montreal. Someone is tuning in from Nazi Germany. I assume my broadcast will be banned there. We have people tuning in from Ireland. We've got people tuning in from Italy, from Serbia, from California. We've got people tuning in from Iran, Thailand, Nevada, Washington, Oregon, Mexico, Netherlands. So as I okay. Let's begin with this story. So in South Lebanon, the Israelis they killed, as you can see, they killed yeah, it's a bit difficult to go through these. The Israelis targeted the vehicle of a Lebanese journalist, and they killed his sister's family. So I'll show you the clip in a second. He was talking about how he was trying to save his sister and pull her out of the car, while he could hear the children in the car being burned alive and screaming, and he just couldn't find a way to get them out, and he had to watch them burned to death because of Israel bombing his car and his sister's car. I mean, the level of depravity, the Israelis, they just kill anybody and everybody, Are you gonna now tell me that he's Hamas in South Lebanon? They always have an excuse, right? Kill a journalist, kill UN worker, whatever, who cares? He said there were no men in the car that was hit. 3 children were burned in the car. No one could save them. I pulled out their mother as she was screaming, "My children." Lebanon's foreign minister is said that Lebanon would officially complain to the United Nations about Israel's killing of civilians. I doubt that the UN is going to do anything. But let me just show you the clip. And that's a photo of the car, actually, right? Here.
المسألة صارت بطريقة كتير بشعة. يعني أنا كنت بالبيت وكان في قصف، بس لما راق القصف واتصلت فيهم وحكيت، هن بيكونوا أولاد، يعني بنت أختي وأولادها. نزلت لعندهم على البيت، ما كان في قصف، ما كان في شيء ابدا، وتوقفنا وحكينا وعلى اساس بدهم يطلعوا، يعني يطلعوا ينزلوا على بيروت، وبيمرقوا لعنا على البيت وبينزلوا على بيروت. والحقيقه هن كانوا اولاد عم يلعبوا قدام البيت، يعني للصدف قلت لهم العبوا قدام السياره من شان الطياره، اذا يعني طياره الامكا كانت فوق منهم. قلت لهم هلا الطياره بتشوفكم وبيعرفوا انه في بالسياره اولاد. يعني ما كنت اتصور ابدا انه هيدا الارهاب الصهيوني والاجرام الصهيوني يوصل لهي الحد. هم بلبنان نحن شايفين ارهابهم وشايفين اجرامهم بفلسطين وبغزه، بس اليوم هيدي الجريمه اللي ارتكبوها يعني مثل كل الجرائم، بيقتلوا اولاد، اطفال، 3 اطفال 7 سنين و8 سنين و12 سنه وستهم 60 سنه، كلهم نسوان بالسياره ما في رجال ليقولوا في ارهابيه بالسياره، في مواطنين عاديه. للاسف طلعنا على الطريق ومأمنين وفي سيارات، ما في شيء ابدا وما في قصف ابدا. وفجاه يعني بحس مثل ضغط سيارتي حيدها عن الطريق، بس السياره اللي وراي انا كنت شايفهم وراي، وبعدين حسيت انه السياره قصرت مش موجوده وراي، فكرتها تاخرت، وبعدين انتبهت انه السياره انضربت بصاروخ وزتها عن الطريق. وللاسف 3 اطفال، 3 بنات صغار احترقوا بالسياره قدامي، وامهم عم بتصرخ، وسحبتها انا من تحت السياره وشلتها، وما قادر اعمل شيء. اولادي عم يحترقوا بيصرخوا بالسياره وما قادر اعمل شيء.
One of you in the comments said that you don't have to understand Arabic to hear the pain in this man's voice. Yeah. You know, again, just to recap, they killed his sister, you know, her children, so all of his nieces, and their grandmother, right? So I mean, it's not difficult when you see a story like this, and this is just one of so many, and he says this himself, that, you know, we always hear about this in Palestine all the time, right? And it's happened in Lebanon so many times that the Israelis just murder civilians like this. Do you understand perhaps why when something, you know, like this happens to somebody, that they would then chant death to Israel or death to America? Because America and Israel murdered their families. They don't chant it, they bring death, they sow destruction, they literally murder this man's family. They murdered this man's family. They did it. They didn't chant it, they just fucking did it. They directly murdered his family for no fucking reason. None. No reason. If you can, you know, fire at moving vehicles with such accuracy and kill the people inside of the car as the Israelis did, then you must know what the fuck you're firing at, right? If you have this capability, as most armed forces do. Either, you know, otherwise why would you be firing? And he said there were no men in the car. So, you know, for the Israelis to even start with their usual propaganda, which is, oh, Hamas this and Hamas that. It's women. They're just women in the car. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Israel will kill them anyway. So you see, it's so difficult to understand, you know, why people would, when you do this to somebody, why they might, you know, develop a grudge against you. Yeah, it's really not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. Christ, there are so many massacres, I don't even know which one to begin with. But this was Samir Ayoub, okay, Lebanese journalist, and once again, they killed his nieces, aged 10, 12, 14, and the grandmother, and they burned alive, they burned to death in front of him. He couldn't save them.
you know, once again, this is an example of Israel's most moral army in the world, Israel's freedom of speech, and Israel's, democracy and respect for journalists, you know. Yeah. And as you can see, this is totally all about Hamas and Hezbollah, right? Obviously, his nieces were Hezbollah fighters. Otherwise, why would Israel kill them, right? Israel is always correct. Always. And when they do this, it's always a mistake. They would never do this on purpose. Please, you know, it's really funny watching people in Europe and America pretend like they know Israel better than this man or than I or than people who, you know, have actually been to the fucking Middle East and lived there instead of just watching CNN. Yeah. And also people who haven't been brainwashed and been swallowing, you know, and regurgitating mainstream media bullshit their whole lives. Really incredible how, you know, it's fine not to know and to educate yourself, but you know, you don't have to kiss Israel's backside just because CNN is doing it and Fox News are doing it, and you know, liberals and neocons and Republicans and everybody in America and Europe do it. Yeah, you don't have to actually like genocidal entities like Israel. You really don't. So, we now move on to the next massacre. Each one worse than the next, or than the last. It's because there's always one coming, unfortunately. Jesus Christ. Okay. So the Israelis bombed not just one refugee camp, not two, but 3 refugee camps in Gaza within 24 hours. So, you know, it's not enough that people in Gaza have been made refugees once before by Israel and now kicked out of their homes a second time, you know, forced to go live in a refugee camp. Now they should be killed on top of everything, right? Of course. So these were the refugee camps at Maghazi, okay, and Jabalia and Brej, okay? So I'm going to show you what happened here because it is so awful. This is what they did. Look. This is at Maghazi. I mean, just look at this destruction. Look at this destruction. This evil. They killed 50 people, at least 50 people. There were 100 people under the rubble still when you know, the story first broke. So in total, they ended up killing actually well over 200 people by bombing all 3 refugee camps. Jabalia was really the worst. I mean, look at these. Just look at these photos. They're graphic. They're graphic, but I have to show them to you because this is what Israel is doing, and CNN are not going to allow these children to be seen, to be humanized. So it's my job to do them the basic courtesy of you know, letting the world know of their plight, okay, and what happened to them. It is truly evil. It really truly evil. This is the crater. I want to show you the crater that Israel did at Jabalia. I know I showed it to you last time, but nevertheless, just kind of look at the aftermath. It's crazy because when I was, when I covered this live with you, it was already outrageous. And then, within a few hours, as I mentioned, they bomb Maghazi and Burej. So you can't even keep up. You can't even keep up with these atrocities. I mean, this is a 1-ton bomb. This is an American bomb that the Israelis dropped. I mean, as we know, the Israelis, most of their gear and money comes from the United States anyway. And so it's not like it's something new, but it's the weight of the explosive that is just outrageous. I mean, what are you bombing a munitions factory or a chemical plant inside of Germany in World War II? Why are you using a 1-ton explosive on a refugee camp? And then now the Israelis will come up because there was a Hamas commander in there. Oh, really? What's his name? Can you tell me the name? Do you even know if he's dead? Please don't insult my intelligence, and more importantly, don't insult these victims that you are creating every minute, truly every minute. And I'm going to show you the statistics now, which are going to make which are really going to make you weep. So this is from UNICEF. Okay. Every single day, Israel are either killing or wounding 420 children. Every single day. Right now, Israel have killed over 10,000 Palestinians, and 4,000 of those 10,000 are children. So, you could say almost half of the casualties. Almost half of the casualties are children, which is, which we knew would happen because guess what? Half the population in Gaza are children. The largest group of people killed by Israel in Gaza are aged between 0 and 17. Right? I showed you this last time. And again, I'm going to repeat that. The largest age group of people killed by Israel are children between the ages 0 and 17. That's who Israel is killing. They're doing it on purpose. It was a quote-unquote accident. I really don't care. Israel can fuck off. Yeah, either way, Israel is a genocidal piece of shit. They don't get to say it's an accident. What you get billions, they get billions of dollars in weapons, and they love bragging and boasting about how fucking intelligent they are, and how much tech they have. Really? Well, you're fucking incompetent at best, and I'm being very generous by even, contemplating or entertaining the thought that you are not doing this on purpose, because we know from the politicians, Netanyahu, from the defense minister, they are saying they want to kill people in Gaza. They call them human animals. This is genocidal intent. When you are trying to prove in front of a court that someone committed genocide, you have to show intent. Jesus, I mean, I have 1 million recordings, and I'm going to show them to you because I already played to you what Netanyahu said, what the defense minister said. I've shown you this, but they just keep coming every single day, right? They are like proudly, openly talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza and killing people there. They don't give a crap to bother. They don't even they don't even bother to hide it. That's how little they care. Just look at what this doctor said. Actually, I'm really sorry about these images because they are graphic, but I feel like it's the only way to properly cover this. People have to see this. People have to be outraged. People have to know the truth. It's the truth. Whether you like it or you don't like it. And I'm pretty sure most human beings are really repulsed by this, by Israel's behavior, and have sympathy for the victims. I don't need to convince you of anything. I'm just presenting the truth. It's my job to report. I'm reporting. I don't have to convince you of anything, because you guys as human beings, your natural response when you see this is that's horrible. Israel is genocidal. It's only a few psychopaths and mass murderers who, you know, maybe don't care, but that's not the bulk of humanity or human beings. Most people do care, and they do find this offensive and horrible. This is again this is from Maghazi refugee camp, and I know I'm once again, these are graphic and sad images, but I want to show you the so-called Hamas fighters, quote unquote, right? That Israel is killing. Look at these children. I mean, they don't even know what's going on. They don't even have a concept of time, of, you know, politics, of anything, and they just been cut down and killed for no reason, just like that, you know, just ruthlessly murdered.
هذا المشهد الآن داخل مستشفى شهداء الأقصى بدير البلح. 33 شهيد وصلوا بعد مجزرة إسرائيلية بحق حي سكني كامل في مخيم المغازي.
Right, so he's saying this, you know, these are 33 victims of Israel's massacre on the Maghazi refugee camp.
33 شهيد.
Look at those kids. Oh my God.
من الأطفال والنساء وصلوا أشلاء وجثث بعد قصف الاحتلال لعدة منازل وسط مخيم المغازي وسط قطاع غزة، مع التنويه بأن بعض الشهداء هم من سكان مدينة غزة وأيضا من شمال قطاع غزة.
Look at that. These children have been broken and traumatized. Yeah, you know, I mean, even if Israel hadn't killed a single person, hypothetically, just for the intent of going on camera and saying we you know, these are human animals, this is criminal. There's no excuse for this. There's no excuse. And if someone was doing this to Jewish children, I mean, you know, the outrage would rightfully be enormous. The problem, though, is that there is no outrage as it's happening to these children in the West, right? The media don't care. They think it's acceptable. They think it's, you know, it's justifiable. Because some colonizer who's come from France or from you know, Chicago or whatever said and claimed that you know, someone from Hamas was there, with, of course, with zero proof. And you know, if I'm sorry, but, you know, just saying that, oh, there was this and that there doesn't justify flattening a refugee camp. This is on purpose. Half the homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Half the homes. What are you trying to tell me here? Like, Hamas are hiding in every single home in Gaza? This is horse manure. This is horse manure. One second, the Israelis are saying, oh, Hamas are underground. And actually, they are so, you know, they're so clever at hiding underground that they're even under the Shifa hospital. And that's why we have to bomb it. And then they tell you, oh, no, actually, Hamas were in this refugee camp. We just had to flatten it. Which one is it? Which one is it? Are they hiding in tunnels, or are they hiding in refugee camps and churches and mosques and, you know, schools? Very convenient, right? Very convenient. You always seem to have a reason for just massacring people. Incredible. Really, really incredible. Because on October 7th, they had no clue where Hamas was and what was going to happen. And now they know where everybody is. Every single one of them. You know, all of a sudden Israel is enlightened and capable and smart and you know, and all-seeing, and you know, they just know. You have to believe them, otherwise, you know, you're an anti-Semite. Just trust them. You know, trust the media that lied about Syria, that lied about Iraq, that lied about they even lie about the bloody weather. Never mind what's happening in Gaza. Shame on them, man. Shame on the media, really. Look at this child here. He's look at this. This is after coming out of the rubble in Gaza. Look, you see how his hand is shaking? His whole body. Look at his legs. His legs are shaking. He's trembling. I mean, these kids or these people are not even my family, and I'm angry. Can you imagine if someone did that to your family? And then if you say death to Israel, you're the terrorist, even though Israel murdered, literally, physically, in fact, murdered your family, you're the terrorist. Shut your fucking mouth. Be quiet. They just want people to be murdered and then, zip it. Jesus. Who does this? Who does this kind of stuff? Only somebody evil does this stuff. That's the conclusion. There's nothing else to say. There's nothing else. Look at this this father saying goodbye to his son who they murdered in an airstrike. And
يا بابا تعالى خلينا نشوفك يابا يما خلص يما خلص ما بيعطيش بيك يابا يابا ما بيعطيك يابا ابو رحمن يابا يا قلبي يابا
so they're saying he's saying he's saying my poor son, I didn't even get the chance to see you grow up. So just statistically, you've had 6 times more children killed in the last 3 weeks than the entire Ukraine war. Let me repeat that. In Gaza, Israel have killed, just in the last 3 weeks, Israel have killed more children than in the entire Ukraine war. Okay? And according to UNICEF, more than 420 kids in Gaza are killed or injured every single day by Israel. And as I showed you, the statistics are very clear. The largest group of victims that Israel have killed are children between the ages 0 and 17. This is a fact. It is quantifiable, demonstrable, and recorded for all of history to see. This is a fact. The names of the victims are even published, to prove this, and which is insulting that Palestinians, even after the West murder them, they fucking murder them. They still, they're already dead, and they still have to prove that that they died, that they are human beings. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Actually, my conclusion is that the people who because I don't think everybody in the West is like this. I think it's the sick people in the media, Biden, the Israelis who do this and then also try to cover up their crimes, their mass murder. We should just ignore them. Honestly, we should just ignore them. They want to make up some wild claim. Fuck them. They want to lie. Who gives a crap? We're not even going to dignify what they're saying. We're not even going to acknowledge what they're saying. They don't believe the death toll. The same people that did the murders don't believe the death toll. I don't care. Those people are dead. And even if it was half, even if it were half, you are still a criminal and a mass murderer. And it's not half. It's even more than what they're saying because people are under the rubble. They have not even been accounted for. They haven't even been put in the list of the dead because we don't know where their body parts are. They're spread out everywhere. You sick motherfuckers. You sick evil people. You fucking psychotic mass murdering bastards. These videos that I just showed you, they are a drop in the ocean. I mean, there are so many, I can't even keep track. And you see the difference is that the Israelis, they make up a myth about 40 babies that don't exist. This is a complete myth. And they don't even provide evidence. You are supposed to believe what Israel says, or else you're an anti-Semite, or else we kill you, or else we take away your job. Right? Like fucking dictatorship. Complete dictatorship. Israel said so. Therefore it is. But this, the massacre, the massacres, plural, that are taking place every minute. So many videos that we're drowning in them, we can't even keep track. Oh no. We can't talk about this. We can't show this on TV. You know, it's like it's okay for Israel to kill and America to supply it with weapons, but I'm not allowed to show you on YouTube what Israel is doing. So it's okay to murder people, but not to show what the murderers are doing. It's not okay to show the victims. We can't humanize them, right? You know. Just really horrible, really horrible. This is nothing new. I need you to understand this is nothing new. This is not like Israel, used to be, like a respectable, peaceful country, and now because of Netanyahu, they are suddenly committing genocide. No. Israel began like this. What you are seeing now, because of phones, because of social media, because of internet and satellite and television. This happened already in 1948, and we have the proof for that too, because cameras existed back then as well. The villages that were wiped out, it's all documented. It's there. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians didn't just randomly decide to give up their homes and hand them over to Jews from Europe because they just wanted to. So Israel began like this. What you see now, that's how it was. The Israelis murdered and killed and stole and massacred. It's just that, they didn't have an air force back then, so they did it on land. That's the only difference. They did it, on land instead of by air in 1948. That's the only difference. But this is what Israel has always been. It's a genocidal colony. It has to be, because it can only exist at the expense of Arabs. You can't go and live on top of somebody, without murdering them or keeping them in a concentration camp, which is what Israel is doing. But just because Israel needs to do that in order to exist doesn't mean that it should be allowed to do that or has the justification to do that. That's not a fucking excuse. Oh, you want to exist, so you commit genocide? No, I don't give a shit. Then don't exist. Palestinians don't have a state, and you seem fine with that. You seem fine disenfranchising them. Just come back, maybe, if the Palestinians have you, and emigrate like a normal person. When, people that want to go to another country, they emigrate. They fill in a form, they submit a fucking application, and if they get permission, then they can go there. They don't come with machine guns and massacre people and then say, I'm native. No, the fuck you're not. They don't do this, yeah? And I'm not even done, because we still got more massacres to cover now. Let me show you. So thank you guys for the super chats. We have one here from sorry, I'm trying to scroll up. And find them, but Tacho says free Palestine. Thank you. And Crazy Papa says etymology of the word slave will show how Western culture saw Slavs. Well, look, I'm gonna say something. It's not just the Nazis that had a racial bias against Slavs. You know, this Ukraine war, the war against Russia through Ukraine with NATO, it's also, you know, if you look at how the West attacked Russia in 1917, they invaded Russia, they had a racial bias against them too, right? So it wasn't just the Germans. So and that still exists to this day. They just, you know, they use Ukraine as an excuse for it, to wage war against the Russians, because they've always viewed the Russians as being different. You know, they're just quite not they're just not quite, you know, 100% white like us and capitalists like us and so on. It's still there. This racism against Russians. Crazy Puppet says, don't judge other countries for not utilizing military means to assist the Palestinians. It took two military powers in the world 8 years to use that to resolve Donbass questions. A question? Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't always have to be military support, because political support is also very important, you know. But if you look at Syria, for example, Professor Malendi, he alluded to this earlier, that, you know, people in Iran are punished because they support Palestine, and he's right. The West, the United States, they hate Iran. Why do you think they have a problem with Iran? Why? Because Iran supports the Palestinians, because Iran does not accept or recognize Israel. Iran does not tolerate colonial shits who just come and steal and murder, like you're seeing right now in Gaza. Yeah? Why should anyone tolerate that? The Iranians are principled. They have actual values. They really, really, truly value human rights. That's why they don't recognize Israel. So Syria, the same thing. People in Syria are punished because they support Palestinians, and they also want to get rid of Israel on their own land. Israel is occupying 3 fucking countries just to exist. Well, I'm sorry, Arabs are not going to foot that bill. You can go exist somewhere else. You know, I said this on Twitter. I support Israel's right to exist, just not in Palestine or in Lebanon or in Syria or on top of anybody else's land. You can't go and murder people just to make a country. Go exist somewhere else. You know what? You can go and exist in Europe. Demand land from the people that committed genocide against you. I think that's fair, right? Again, I don't, you know, I don't agree that Israel represents Holocaust victims or has a monopoly and gets to control. They want to, because they use it for political capital, which is an insult to Holocaust victims and victims of the Nazis. But, you know, let's just say, if you want a country, we'll ask the Europeans to give it to you. After all, they're the ones that love you and support you, and you're European yourself. So go sort your shit out in Europe. No, you know, Arabs are under no obligation to just give you fucking land and die because you want them to. You know, this slogan about land without a people. No, there are people there. Actually, there have always been people here, literally for thousands of years. You know, I'm sorry, but waving a Bible in somebody's face does not give you the rights to take their land. It doesn't. You know, God is not a housing agent or a real estate agent. This is, the Bible is not, you know, a lease to land or property. So in any case, before I show you the rest of the stories, which God, just give me a break. Just I need to get water, and in the meantime, I'm just checking if I can play a crab dance. I think we might have gotten some new members on Patreon. Give me a second. We have Motizi and Zarina, who just joined a few hours ago. So thank you for that. And once again, guys, let me just reiterate. Again, I don't want to bug you, but it is true that, look, the demonetization on YouTube, this is not good because we were almost at 200,000 subscribers. And now, not only they took away my money, my primary source of revenue or income, but they also make sure that the videos I'm doing don't reach anyone in two ways. They don't recommend them and they delete them. When this operation began on October 7th, I was live. I was immediately, you know, I went live with you guys. They deleted the live stream. They deleted another video and another video. They don't want people seeing the truth. They don't want people seeing anything that differs from mainstream media. So they took away my money and they deleted the videos. So I can't even speak, right? I'm not allowed to even speak. So I really need your support, guys. I need you to please help me rebuild on Rumble just by subscribing. It's free. And if you're able to, please donate on PayPal or Patreon and help me make up for the money that was lost because YouTube demonetized my channel, because that's the only way that I can keep doing my work, right? So I'm independent. I rely on donations and your guys' support to be able to report on what's happening. So if you're able to, just a few dollars on PayPal or a few dollars every month or pounds or euros or whatever, really goes a long way and helps a lot and gives me an excuse to play the crab dance. So come on, bring it home. Let's go. I play crab dance now for Motizi and Zarina, and thank you all of you for your donations. I appreciate it very much. We have one on PayPal as well from John. John says, take care. Thank you, John, for the kind, generous donation. You guys, really, I'm overwhelmed by your kind words in the chat and your support. So it's, you know, I wish we had nicer news to cover, but the people in Gaza are human beings. They are not items or statistics. They are human beings. They all have stories, family, friends, and they're seeing their entire world, you know, being ripped apart and destroyed before their eyes. We owe them the basic common decency of just telling the truth and showing their plight. So I'm not going to shut up about that, and I'll play the crab dance just so we can laugh for a moment, but then I'm going to get back to business and show you what's going on. It's really a lot, and you're going to see the Israelis now, they have never been more honest. You'll see what I mean in a second.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him. Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Disgusting!
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway. We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Why you text Ender? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you!
You cannot blame the Palestinians for, wanting to free their land. This is very basic, common principle of any human rights charter. It's in the United Nations Charter. It's in the Geneva Convention that if you are occupied, you can fight to liberate your country in any way you like. The UN General Assembly even underscored this and said this includes armed struggle. That means with weapons. Okay, guys. Sorry to cut myself off, but I want to show you. I want to show you what happened in God. This clip is something else. Okay, so this is the former deputy director of the Mossad, which is Israel's intelligence service, and I want to play you this clip. Listen to what he's saying about the situation in Gaza and his final solution.
עדים כל עזה עם פליטים, אז בואו נפזר אותם בעולם. בואו נפזר אותם בעולם. יש שם 2.5 מיליון אנשים, כל מדינה תקלוט 20,000 איש, 100 מדינות. זה הומני, זה מתבקש, הם פליטים ממילא, עדיף להיות פליט בקנדה מאשר פליט בעזה. אפשר, אם העולם באמת רוצה לפתור את הבעיה הזאת, יכול לפתור אותה. עדים כל עזה עם פליטים.
Wow. Okay. I mean, straight to the point, huh? I have a suggestion. Why don't you go to Canada then if it's so lovely? Because you are not from Palestine, and guess what? Palestinians are from Palestine. You are a Ukrainian, a New Yorker. Nothing wrong with that, but you need to emigrate properly to Palestine, like people emigrate. They make an application, they submit an application, they hope that it's approved, they get residency, and they go, and like a normal person, they don't bring guns and tanks and nuclear weapons and billions of dollars from the Americans and ethnically cleanse and commit genocide. Yeah, because you have done exactly that. You saw what he's saying. He wants to distribute Gazans, like their boxes or items or microwaves or something. Distribute them. How about we distribute your fucking ass back to where you came from? Yeah? Because you ain't from Palestine. This guy, just like Netanyahu, just like every single director of the Mossad, every single Israeli prime minister, they are European Jews. And once again, there's nothing wrong with being a European Jew, but you cannot colonize and murder people and pretend you're native. Yeah? White people are not native to South Africa. I don't care if their children were born there. They're not fucking native to South Africa. That's not their land. French people born in Algeria, les pieds noirs, guess what? They're not Algerians. They don't get to say anything or have any political, any part in the political decision making to distribute people. This is ethnic cleansing. This man is incriminating himself. He is going on camera in a television studio and literally saying that he wants to commit ethnic cleansing. This is illegal. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this, but the Israelis are really, really showing their true colors right now, and this is what they've always been like. Yeah, if you said this, if you said the sentence "replace Gazans with Jews," just let's do that as an exercise. Yeah, imagine that this sentence that the Mossad director said, that you replaced the word Gazans with Jews. What do you think people would be saying in the West? Oh, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, you're committing genocide. No. Well, yeah, they'd probably be right because it's ethnic cleansing. So why doesn't it apply when he says it about Palestinians? Why don't Palestinians, get to be considered like equals, like human beings? It's not genocide. He calls it humane. How generous of you.
בוא נפזר אותם בעולם, יש שם 2.5 מיליון אנשים, כל מדינה תקלוט 20,000 איש, 100 מדינות.
Wow. There's a document that was declassified, or somebody got a hold of it in Israeli media, where they wanted to put people in South America, Palestinians, right? The Israelis had a plan to put Palestinians in South America, just like you know, once again, like they're microwaves or something. Just, you know, load them in a ship and send them there. You know, they're not human beings. Of course not. What a disgusting person. What a disgusting entity. I mean, like I said, Israel can only exist at the expense of Palestinians. And if you have to murder and commit genocide to exist, maybe you shouldn't exist, especially when you have 2-3 passports. You know, it's you're the one that's being unfair. You can actually, you have freedom of movement. You go home. You have a house that's not, you know, besieged by you know, billions of dollars. You don't live under apartheid. You can actually just leave and be in peace and be in security, and instead you insist on coming to Palestine, on you know, violating people's human rights, committing genocide, committing you know, unspeakable acts of ethnic cleansing, and then pretending you're the victim. Wow. So he says that's humane and that needs to be done. Yes, I agree. You should go to Canada, because you keep saying how wonderful it is. Go to Canada, or wherever you originally come from, because you definitely, I mean, it's not that he doesn't look Palestinian. You know, in Palestine and Syria, you find people of all sorts of, you know, skin tones and so on. But I know for a fact that Israel is run by Ashkenazi, meaning these are not Semites, they are white European Jews. So they're usually from Ukraine, Poland, Russia, you know, Eastern Europe. And once again, there's nothing wrong with that, but there is something wrong with stealing somebody's land and committing, you know, acts of genocide and crimes against humanity. There's something very fucking wrong with that. Yes, it's illegal.
זה מתבקש, הם פליטים ממילא, עדיף להיות פליט בקנדה מאשר פליט.
If they're refugees, yes, they are refugees. You know why? Because you already kicked them out of their homes once. So I will reiterate. Let us look at the map. You see, Professor Marandi knows what he's talking about, and he just mentioned that, you know, half an hour ago, that the people in Gaza, many of them don't come from Gaza. They're Palestinians. It's just that they come from another place, you know, just like, you know, if somebody came to New York and kicked you out of your house and you had to move to New Jersey, and now I know people are going to be making jokes about New Jersey, you know, you would be internally displaced is what it's called, but you're still a refugee, right? So let me show you what happened, okay? This is Gaza. You can see it's a tiny strip, and it's completely surrounded. The Israelis don't let anyone in or anyone out. You know, you have to go through a million checkpoints, and the one here at Rafah with Egypt is controlled by the Israelis in the sense that they bomb it when they feel like, and they you know, put the pressure on the Egyptians not to open it. So the thing is, look, people that are in Gaza, they don't come from here. They come from right next door here. You know, the places that were stolen from them. So when Hamas attacked on October 7th, they were basically just attacking their old homes. You understand? The people that live in these Israeli settlements, these kibbutz, they don't fucking come from there. They're settlements. That's why they're called settlements. They came from somewhere else. I don't really care where from. That's irrelevant. They're colonizers, and they settled. They stole the land. They murdered the people and put them in a camp, into a concentration camp. Now it's a death camp. Do you follow? It's really not difficult to understand. People act like this is, it's so complicated. No, it fucking isn't. It really isn't. You got a bunch of squatters, thieves, and murderers, genocidal crazy fucks who think that they are God's chosen people and that they can murder to take the land. When they are very obviously white, they're not from this place, but they think, oh, I was here 3,000 years ago. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I'm a Canaanite. I want, you know, I demand all of the Middle East. Give it back to me. You know, what a ridiculous bullshit game. You know, they think that, you know, you can wave a Bible in somebody's face and just say, oh yeah, it's mine. The land is mine. No, it's not. It's not. This is the psychosis and the arrogance and the European colonialist mentality that we're dealing with. You know, they have no shame. They have no shame going on TV and talking about crimes against humanity. And if somebody dared to say that about Jews, oh my God. You know, look, man, the French in Algeria, they tried they did annex it, and they tried so hard to hold on to it. And in the end, they had to go home. Just stop murdering people and go home. This is really, you know, no one is asking much. You should be happy that we haven't talked about reparations yet, but we will. You know, I'm glad he did this. I'm glad because he's just incriminating himself. And you know, when the Israelis are eventually tried for crimes against humanity, this will play very well at the tribunal. And of course, you know, other things and other hit singles from Netanyahu, like "We are the people of light and they are the people of darkness." You know, other things like this, and they are human animals and so on. So there you go. You know. They want to, so you have a choice in Gaza. You can be killed, or you can, you know, go to Canada apparently, or be distributed, as Mr. Deputy Director of the Mossad says. Why don't you distribute yourself to Canada or wherever you think is great, since it's so wonderful, yeah? Because most Palestinians don't even have a passport and they can't leave, especially if they're in Gaza, because guess what? You've put them in a camp. And even if they could, they probably wouldn't get a visa to even just visit Canada, you know. Tourism. Good luck. You know why? Because they vilified Muslims, they vilified Palestinians, and Israel has played a big role in promoting Islamophobia and the hate of Arabs in the West. As a matter of fact, Israel is so good at this, it literally murders the Arabs for the West a lot of the time. But you know, mainstream media are not going to talk about this, right? They're not going to show you this. Let me show you something else that I found, which is also another gem, a true gem. So this is from. Give me a second to pull this link up. Jesus Christ. I have so many clips of these Israeli crimes. It's honestly quite. So, I want you to look at this. Look at this girl in Gaza. She's saying that she's cold and she wants her father, and they pulled her out of the rubble, basically. And then there's you know, a bunch of these French colonizers who are listen. I'll translate. They're basically singing a song about, you know, how happy they are that there are no more children left in Gaza because they've all been killed. So
ça exactement.
Moi j'ai une question, moi j'ai une vraie question s'il vous plaît, laissez-moi finir. Moi j'ai une vraie question. Est-ce que vous savez pourquoi il n'y a pas trop d'enfants dans les écoles à Gaza?
So he's saying, I have a question. Do you know why there aren't many kids in Gaza left in school?
Parce qu'on a tué tous les enfants.
Because we've killed all the children. Just Israelis being Israelis, you know, they're quite shameless about it. And okay, give me a sec. I have another French clip to show you, which you're gonna like. So this is okay. So this guy is the Israeli army spokesperson, but in French, right? So the Israelis, the way they do this is they have, you know, one spokesperson for every language, so they can go on the news and justify their genocide, right? They need to maximize their PR. And he's being interviewed on TV, and I'm going to try. I'll interpret for you. I'll translate, and just look at this show. I mean, it's really something amazing. All the Palestinians in Gaza are guilty, meaning many of them have always supported and still support Hamas. It's a fact.
Dans les victimes des bombardements, il y a beaucoup d'enfants. Je ne pense
So she's saying she's cutting him off and saying, well, you know, a lot of the victims are kids.
Pas qu'on puisse dire que les enfants sont
So you can't possibly say that these children are Hamas supporters.
du Hamas. Le bilan, on le rappelle, qui est donné par le Hamas est de 10 000 victimes. Certes, il est sujet à caution, mais environ un tiers seraient des enfants.
And she's saying like the figures, you know, they're of course provided by Hamas, so we can't fully trust them. You know, she has to put this bullshit disclaimer in there. But then she goes on to say, well, you know, it still shows 1/3 of the victims being children. It's actually more. It's almost half. But yeah.
Aujourd'hui.
Vous vous rendez quand même compte de ce qui se passe. Pour nous, c'est une guerre qui est existentielle. Il n'y a pas ici d'élément qui peut empêcher l'État.
And now he's going off, you know, he's like a robot that's malfunctioning. He's like, this is an existential fight, and, you know, like, Israel is under threat. You can't deny Israel the right to defend itself.
Israël de se défendre, de se protéger après le massacre qui a été commis.
Yeah, you know, you can't deny Israel the right to protect itself after the massacre on October 7th when, you know, 1,400 people were killed.
On peut oublier vite qu'il y a à peine un mois, 1 400 personnes ont été éliminées physiquement parce que juives. Et ça,
he says they were killed just for being Jewish.
Personne n'oublie bien sûr le sort des otages. Personne n'oublie le sort des otages. Mais ces images sont frappantes, celles de civils qui sont touchés.
So she's saying, like, no one is, you know, no one's forgetting about them or the hostages, but these images are shocking. The number of civilians in Gaza that are being killed.
Je vous propose qu'on en regarde d'autres. C'était dans le camp de réfugiés, encore une fois.
Right, and now she's mentioning the refugee camp that I showed you in Jabalia, which was bombed just before they bombed Brej and the third one. So 3 camps in 24 hours.
Jabalia, on sait qu'il y a eu de nombreuses victimes là-bas. Pardonnez-moi.
And he's like, how dare you, like, do you even know what you're saying to me? Right? It's again this victim complex, you know, like we are the ultimate victims. How dare you mention other people, especially ones that we killed, to me? How dare you, you anti-Semite?
Vous allez pouvoir répondre dans un instant. Des civils présents aussi dans une école de l'ONU qui a été touchée hier par une frappe de...
Right, so she's saying you can answer in a second, but there have been civilians killed in a UN school as well. Yeah, multiple UN schools. Israel never bombs Gaza without making sure to bomb UN schools. And they've killed 88 UN staff. You have never had this many UN staff die in a conflict. And I just want you to think about that, because there are a lot of UN staff and peacekeeping and observer missions all over the world. Like, so let that give you, I mean, the wars that have taken place. You know, I mean, you know, my parents were in Angola. They were in Lebanon, South Lebanon. one of the most violent, you know, dangerous places you could be. And of course, the Israelis were there, making sure that you know, they killed as many Lebanese as possible and invaded it and occupied it. And then of course, you know, in Syria, right, where the Israelis still occupy to this day the Golan Heights, you know, and still you've never had 88 UN staff killed there. But in Gaza, where there are nothing but civilians, you know, and they're all huddled into a school hiding from the bombs, they make sure to bomb them. And then kill not just the UN staff, but the children that the UN staff are looking after. I went off on a bit of a tangent because it is infuriating, and I do need to tell you these things.
On rappelle que la trêve, c'est ce que demande officiellement aujourd'hui la France. Ces civils, manifestement, ont besoin de plusieurs choses. Ce sont des civils, des femmes et des enfants. Ils ont besoin d'aide humanitaire, ils ont besoin d'un répit et d'un endroit sûr où aller. Ils n'ont rien.
Right, so she's saying, you know, these are the civilians in Gaza, these are women, they're children, they are defenseless, they need, you know, safe passage, they need food, they need basic necessities. They have none of these things whatsoever.
Rien de cela. Pourquoi ne pas leur accorder aujourd'hui une trêve temporaire qui leur permette de l'obtenir?
Why not give them just, you know, a short pause, or, you know, this humanitarian pause, which Professor Marandi correctly described as, you know, a cigarette before being executed. But yeah, she you know, it's like, she's just saying, can you give women and children just, you know, the possibility to get food and water and not be bombed?
Pourquoi 241 personnes sont toujours prises en otage sans aucune nouvelle? des femmes.
So his answer to that is, well, how come there are 240 hostages in captivity without any news about their well-being?
Des enfants et des bébés. C'est pas humanitaire, c'est pas dramatique. La guerre, elle se fait pas parce qu'on veut la faire. Elle nous a été imposée le 7 octobre. Vous
So he's saying we're not waging war because we want to. It was imposed on us on October 7th.
voulez quoi? Vous voulez qu'on disparaisse?
What do you want? You want us to disappear? Again, they go back. Oh, it's the same shit. Like, are you saying we shouldn't exist? Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself. You fucking anti-Semite. You see, they always run away from the question because they know that they are fucking murderers. You know, no one gives a shit that Israelis are Jewish. No one cares. Most Zionists, as Merendi said, are unfortunately, lunatic Christians. So, there's nothing Jewish or Christian about Zionism. Zionism is a European colonial political ideology, and you can see that it's colonial because they're murdering people right now to take their land again. And his only thing that he can say after she's actually doing her job for once. I'm shocked that journalists on TV, in France and in the West are actually challenging an Israeli spokesperson. He starts accusing her of wanting to wipe out Jews. That's what he said. He's basically, he's implying it. He's saying, like, are you saying we should just disappear? No, she asked you about, the civilians that you're bombing. No one said that Jews should disappear. Like, you just put that in her mouth.
Vous interroge sur les choix qui sont ceux de l'armée israélienne et qui sont discutés, y compris par vos alliés américains. Et
so she's saying, I'm asking you about the military decisions made by Israel that are, of course, decisions that include the Americans, of course, your allies.
On va voir, selon des informations de sources, qu'il y a eu des options qui ont été proposées par Anthony Blinken.
Yeah. So according to sources, there were different alternatives, different strategies that were suggested by Blinken, for example, about how to deal with the situation in Gaza, and you didn't want that.
Sa visite, des options notamment pour une façon différente de procéder dans la bande de Gaza. C'est un questionnement qui semble légitime aujourd'hui, quelle que soit bien sûr la préoccupation que suscite, et vous avez raison de le rappeler, le sort de ces 240.
Yeah, she's saying, like, and asking you about the situation in Gaza is a legitimate question, even if the situation with 240 hostages which include French citizens is also a pertinent topic.
Y compris des Français.
Il y a un vide total, un vacuum total sur le sort.
He's saying there's a total blackout about, regarding news from the hostages, which is complete bullshit because Hamas are literally, they literally allowed the hostages to film a video and then, put it out. And the hostages were screaming at Netanyahu, and Hamas offered to release hostages at one point, and Israel said no. You remember? And then they tried a second time, and then finally Israel took them. They don't. I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying this because, yes, it's true. This is the truth. And then on top of that, on top of Israel rejecting its own hostages, or rather citizens, right, to take them out of captivity, it bombed 50 of them. It killed 50 of its own people, right? This is a Hannibal doctrine. The Israelis, just like, a lot of their other doctrines, which are sick war crimes, they think it's worth killing their own people if it's, it suits the military objective, which in this case it does, because the Israelis would rather see all of their hostages killed, and they have killed already a good chunk of them. 50 of them have been killed by Israel, no one else. They would rather kill their own hostages, than allow Palestinians to keep living. That is a fact, because they have killed them just for the sake of murdering Palestinian civilians.
Des 241 kidnappés. C'est-à-dire qu'on n'en parle pas comme si c'était un fait qui appartenait au Hamas.
He's saying nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about the hostages at all. Once again, I don't know what he's even... complete nonsense. They're literally having their diplomatic talks and back channel talks that are happening right now to free the hostages. And Hamas said that they tried to come to an agreement about the hostages, and Israel is the one that wouldn't answer. It's not that they said no, they didn't even answer. Can you believe that? Hamas offered to release all the hostages in exchange for all the Palestinians that are in Israeli jails, which is a fair request, right? Israel is a colony. They have no right to imprison anyone in Palestine. Many of them they don't even bother charging them or sentencing them for any crime. It's just throw you in jail, administrative detention.
Pour un côté, je peux comprendre qu'on soit ému, mais on n'est pas ému pour l'autre côté.
He's saying he's saying you are upset and you cry for one side, but you don't care about the other one.
Et pour en venir à ce qu'a dit ce monsieur que je ne connais pas, je ne vois pas son visage, je m'excuse.
Pardonnez-moi, c'est faux.
And she says, excuse me, but that you're simply wrong. We talk about the Israeli hostages all the time. They even include French citizens, so of course we talk about them.
On a parlé de ces familles, de ces otages. On les fait régulièrement intervenir sur notre antenne.
We even interview show videos of the families of the hostages' families on our show. So you're simply wrong.
On va vous montrer dans un instant les images de ces familles qui manifestent aussi parce que certaines demandent des modalités d'intervention.
Yeah, and we're going to show you in just a moment, actually, the families of the hostages protesting because they are not okay with what Netanyahu is doing in Gaza. They want a different approach.
Intervention différente et ça vient parfois d'elle-même.
Comment se fait-il que la France prend en considération les chiffres donnés par une entreprise terroriste qui a tué des Français? Une trentaine d'hommes ont été tués, de femmes, et a kidnappé les Français comme quelque chose de fiable. Ça me paraît aberrant.
Now you're saying, how can France take the figures of a terrorist organization seriously? This is the same organization that murdered 30 French citizens and took French citizens hostage.
Je ne peux pas l'accepter en tant que porte-parole de l'armée, en tant que citoyen du monde.
Est-ce que l'armée israélienne a sa propre estimation des pertes?
So she answered, well, do you have any figures about the death toll in Gaza? Can you give us the death toll?
Causées par les frappes aujourd'hui, les frappes aériennes.
Ça veut dire que quand on n'a pas de chiffres, écoutez, ce que vous me dites en fait, c'est que quand on n'a pas de chiffres, on prend les chiffres du Hamas.
Non, je vous demande quelles sont vos propres estimations.
So he's saying, are you telling me that when you don't have any figures, you just automatically trust the figures provided by Hamas? And she's saying, no, but I'm just asking you if you have any figures, if you can tell us, what the casualty rate is in Gaza from your airstrikes.
Les estimations sont que la grande majorité des morts dans la bande de Gaza sont des terroristes et affiliés aux terroristes du Hamas.
And he's saying, well, our figures say that most people killed in Gaza are terrorists and affiliated with Hamas. They are literally fucking not. They are women and children. That's the majority of people. And I want to just take a second here to make something very clear. Just because you are not a child or you're not a woman in Gaza doesn't mean you are necessarily you have anything to do with Hamas necessarily. Just because you're a man, that doesn't mean you can automatically be killed. I know that people in the West love doing this. They love going to Afghanistan and murdering anybody with a penis who is above the age of 16. But I'm sorry, that doesn't mean you can just murder civilians. Yeah, anyone above the age of 16 who is male is not a target. It's not target practice or a dartboard for you to take out your fucking psychological issues out on, yeah?
C'est une armée terroriste de plus de 30 à 40 000 personnes. Ils ne vont jamais vous dire, d'ailleurs, dans les chiffres du Hamas, il y a zéro membre du Hamas qui a été touché.
So he's saying that Hamas has been a terrorist organization for 30, 40 years, and interestingly enough, in their figures, they never show you how many of their own fighters have been killed. It says 0.
Les chiffres qui sont donnés sont tous bidons.
The figures are bogus. I can hear somebody in the studio whispering UN figures. I think they're saying these are UN figures.
Ce sont des chiffres qui ne sont pas jugés bidons par les Américains.
And she says, well, the Americans take these figures seriously. The Americans didn't call these figures coming out of the Gaza Health Ministry bogus.
Qui s'émeuvent même de ce qui s'est passé ces derniers jours en termes de bombardement sur les civils. Rina Bassis, pardonnez-moi, Rina Bassis va intervenir.
Il y a ici un problème dramatique qui est pourtant fondamental, parce qu'il y a également des citoyens français dedans et qui n'est pas mis au même banc que l'émotion par rapport à Gaza.
Pardonnez-moi, colonel Rafovix, ma question portait vraiment précisément sur ces techniques militaires employées, notamment le largage de bombes d'une tonne. Ça a été le cas mardi sur Jabal. Il y a à peu près une tonne, 900 kilos, une tonne. Je ne suis pas une spécialiste. Hein,
so she's talking about what the bomb that they dropped on the refugee camp.
Petite bombe serait.
So she's saying now, you know, she says, I'm not an expert, but why did you drop a 1-ton bomb on Jabalia refugee camp? Aren't there smaller munitions that would have been better suited if you really have to bomb a refugee camp?
Adaptée, elle permettrait de faire moins de victimes parmi les civils. Les Américains se disent prêts aujourd'hui à les livrer. Est-ce qu'il faut faire adapter cette stratégie aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'il faut tenter, coûte que coûte, de limiter les pertes parmi les civils?
Madame, vous prenez l'État d'Israël pour un enfant?
Non.
So, oh my God. So she said, like, the Americans are even considering giving you these smaller munitions because they can maybe cause less civilian casualties. And his answer is that, Madam, Mom, do you take Israel for a child? Do you think we're children? We don't know what we're doing?
De quelqu'un qui ne connaissent pas la chose militaire. Enfin.
Do you think we are ignorant in military matters?
Un petit peu sérieux. Évidemment qu'on fait la guerre au Hamas et pas aux Palestiniens.
Obviously, we are fighting Hamas and not Palestinians. Obviously, we do our best to avoid civilian casualties. Yeah, we know these bullshit lines. Yeah.
Dommages collatéraux. Mais de nous demander maintenant d'adapter la chose militaire au problème de Gaza, vous croyez qu'on va attendre des conseils pour savoir comment agir? Alors, un peu de bon sens quand même.
Alors, pardonnez-moi, ce n'est pas moi qui le dis, encore une fois.
Un peu de bon sens.
Pardonnez-moi.
Prenez pas les Israéliens pour des enfants, je vous en prie.
He's saying, please stop taking the state of Israel for a bunch of kids or idiots, you know. And she says, I'm not the one who's saying this. The Americans are suggesting that you use different munitions, not me.
Ce n'est pas moi qui le dis, encore une fois. Je vous rappelle que ce sont des sources américaines citées par le New York Times qui affirment que ces points ont été présentés par l'administration.
So she's saying it's the New York Times citing, you know, highly placed sources who say that the Biden administration, you know, suggested to the Israelis to use different bombs, smaller bombs.
Biden et notamment pour Anthony Blinken lors de son déplacement.
Madame, imaginez-vous Israël donner des conseils à l'armée française lorsqu'elle frappe des rebelles salafistes.
Vous ne financez pas l'armée française.
He says, imagine if Israel started giving, you know, military advice to the French army when they're killing Salafi jihadists, and then she cuts him off and says, but you don't bankroll or finance the French army. The Americans, they finance your army.
Ne finance pas l'armée française, qui est le cas de l'armée américaine.
Oh man, that was good. It's nice to see a journalist doing their job. So refreshing. Once again, if they all did their jobs like this, and this is really nothing controversial to say, hey, can you stop murdering civilians? The Israelis would be crippled politically because they would no longer be able to hide and carry out genocide. You know, so the reason they are able to do this, one of the reasons, of course, is because the Americans don't do anything and keep giving them weapons anyway. But it's also because the so-called, you know, fourth pillar is non-existent. There's nobody to hold them to account. And I just want to point out something. You know, I'm a fluent French speaker, and this guy, his accent, he's French. Okay, so once again, just like when the BBC were interviewing another spokesperson for the Israeli military who had a Scottish accent, these people are colonizers. This guy on the right is from France, and he is pretending to be native to Palestine. Do you see the problem here? These guys that are murdering Palestinians, they don't come from Palestine. They are colonizers. One after the other. You can tell from their accents. They didn't grow up, you know, in Palestine. Maybe they were born there. Yeah, okay, so what? If you're born on the moon, that makes you an alien? Listen, these guys are from Europe. They're all Europeans, whether they're Scottish or they're French, or okay, if they're from Chicago. The point is they're not from Palestine, but they come there, and act like they own the place and think that this is their land and they can murder anybody they like. The problem would be easily solved if you would just stay fucking home and stop trying to murder people and take their land. This would really just be fixed instantly. That is the entire problem here. No one hates Jews or wants to see Jews disappear. This is not Germany. You can go take that up with the Germans, yeah? Palestinians, don't come and dump your shit on Arabs who did literally nothing to you. People have a problem with colonialism. There is no problem with religion, period. And I'm going to show you the founder of Hamas saying the exact same thing in his own words, okay? Look at this. Okay, here, look.
احنا إلنا وطن مسلوب. أنا إلي بيت في عسقلان وإلي أرض، وهذا في يافا وهذا في غزة وهذا في أرضنا مسلوبة. فإحنا بنطلب حقنا، ما بنطلبش أكثر من حقنا. إحنا ما بنكره اليهود وبنقاتل اليهود لأنهم يهود. اليهود أهل دين وإحنا أهل دين. إحنا بنحب كل أهل الأديان. أخويا هذا اللي من أمي وأبويا اللي دينه مسلم، إذا أخذ بيتي وطردني منه أنا بقاتله. أنا بقاتل أخويا، بقاتل ابن عمي إذا أخذ أرضي وبيتي وطردني. فلما اليهودي يأخذ أرضي وبيتي ويطردني منها كمان أنا مستعد أقاتل. أنا ما بقاتل أمريكا ولا بريطانيا ولا دول أخرى، أنا كل الناس معهم بالسلام. بحب كل الناس، بحب الخير لكل الناس، كمان بحب الخير لليهود. واليهود عاشوا معنا طول حياتهم، عمرنا ما اعتدينا عليهم وعمرنا ما أسأنا لهم يعني وصلوا إلى مراتب عليا من الوزارات والحكم والأغنى. مين اللي بيعتدي عليهم؟ لكن هم لما ياخذوا أرضي وبطني وبيتي ويتشردوني منه، أنا عندي 4 مليون فلسطيني مشرد في الخارج. مين أحق تروح لوطنه؟ اللي جاي من روسيا اللي له 2000 سنة مبعد عنها، ولا اللي له 40 سنة طالع منها؟ مين أحق أن يعود له؟ إحنا ما بنكره اليهود، لكن بنقول لليهود أعطونا حقنا.
I couldn't have said it better myself. This has never, ever, ever been a religious issue. That's just propaganda that the Israelis use to justify murdering people and taking their land. Because they think they can exploit the Holocaust to silence critics and then apply that onto Arabs to shut them up too. Actually, it's funny because when interacting with Arabs, the Israelis don't even bother with this. You never, ever, ever, ever hear any Israeli in Arabic, bothering to even say or make propaganda and say, oh, you hate Jews. They just bomb. They just fucking drop bombs and take the land. There is no dialogue. There's no talking. It's murder and theft. It's only in the West to trick you and lie to you that they then spread this propaganda and start coming up with all sorts of lies and fairy tales and fantasies. It's really funny, right? Like this, it just doesn't exist in the Middle East. There is no talk. It's just bomb, kill, that's it. Steal the land, that's it. Nothing more. And you heard what he said. He said, if my own brother, who has the same parents and the same religion, if my own brother takes my land and makes me a refugee, I will fight my brother. So why would I not fight somebody else who takes my land? I would fight my cousin if he took my land and made me refugee. He said everything perfectly, really. And that is the truth. Stanley Cohen, by the way, who's a great friend, and he's been on the show many times. He was friends with Sheikh Yassin here, with Ahmed Yassin. So, and he was in his car a few days before they assassinated him, as it said in the intro of the video. Can you imagine? And Stanley's Jewish, and he's friends with Hamas. So obviously there is no problem here of religion at all. On the contrary, people in the Middle East are proud of the diversity to have, Bedouins, Palestinians, Armenians, Druze, Shia, Sunni, Jewish, Christian, Orthodox Christian, Syriac, Assyrian. We're proud of this. We're proud of that. Israel came and then demolished and dismantled the Jewish communities in the Arab countries and made the Jews come and flee to Israel so it could legitimize the occupation and say, well, look, we are the Jewish state. It's actually sick because Israel bombed a synagogue in Iraq, and they exploited the Jewish community in Egypt to make people, basically to ferment anti-Jewish fervor. And then when it comes to this thing where they say we are the Jewish state, they're actually not. There is an oblast in Russia, an autonomous oblast, which is a Jewish oblast, and that's how it. Look, let me show you. I'm not joking. Oblast is like a state or a province in Russia. Okay, so let me show you. Yeah, it's in Birobidzhan, and this is where it's located. Okay, so let me try and pull up. Can you see that? It's right there. You see where the red dot is? This is the Jewish Autonomous Oblast. So it was designated by a Soviet official decree in 1928, established 1934. See? So if they really want a Jewish state, there is one that already exists. But the thing is that I don't understand the need for this, because, like I have told you many times, there's never been something like that in the Middle East. You don't have one group that defines the country about them and then takes away the rights from everybody else. Everybody gets along because everybody treats each other with respect, and you don't encroach, or trespass or step on somebody else's toes because of their religion. You just don't even bring it up. It's not something that people do. And it's good that way. It's nice because it works, and you have more. I'm not going to say tolerance, coexistence, which is better, right? You're not tolerating something like it's a burden. It's just coexistence, because that's how it is, because these religions come from this region. Why wouldn't they coexist? They come from the same place. They're the same people, right? And he said we are religious. So Yassin, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, he was saying we are a religious people. The Jews are religious people. We love all religious peoples, right? This is true. And Arab Christians are a minority, and I'm telling you that Arab Christians have all their rights, and there's no difference, right, at all. So I'm testifying to you that any minority would be treated the same. Do you understand? So it's not just that Christians are treated equally or something. Everybody is, because that's the whole point. It's like a patchwork of different religious groups and ethnic groups, and it works perfectly, and it's not natural, and it just is that way. Because we are talking about a region, when it comes to especially the Levant. This is in Mesopotamia. It's the cradle of civilization. You've always had a million different empires and civilizations and groups in this place, by definition, right? But when so if it was a problem of religion, why didn't any of these things happen before? It only arose after Europeans came and carved up into basically carved up Syria into tinier pieces, and then put a European Jewish, or Zionist is the better word, ethno state in the middle, and bankroll it, and allow it to commit genocide. That's the problem, In any case, you see, it's so important to watch these videos with the Israeli spokespersons, because they really just, they tell on themselves through their accents, through the way they speak. It's not just what they're saying that is so telling. It's how, the settler colonialism is on full display. There's nothing wrong with somebody, learning French and having no accent. But when you're claiming you're a native to Palestine and you sound like a French person, like a native speaker, how does that work? Oh, it's because you're from France and not from Palestine. What right do you have to come and murder people in Palestine? On what basis? He was saying, and I quote, "This is an existential fight." No, it's not. You can literally just go home in France, where you were born, or where you were raised. I don't care, where your parents were raised. Palestinians, guess what? They cannot go anywhere. And why should they go anywhere? They are in Palestine. You're the one that came here and tried to colonize them, not the other way around. They have every right to expel you, every right in the world, the moral, the legal right to resist you. Another thing I should point out with what the founder of Hamas said is that he said, "I have no problem with America or Britain," and that's true, because Hamas and Hezbollah have never interacted in any way with Western countries. Why should they? Hezbollah don't go to Europe and attack things, or Hamas don't go to Europe and attack things. They just stay in their own country and try to liberate it, because it's their country. You can't sit there and call that unreasonable and demand that they do less. No, this is their country, or these when it comes to Hezbollah, they only operate in Lebanon, right? But now you need to understand something. What's happened is that the resistance has become more unified. And this is good, because these countries used to be one country, right? I mean, if you look at how it was before, like 100 years ago, there was, I mean, until 1960 in Balfour Declaration, and then so Sykes-Picot, and then the Balfour Declaration in 1917. Until these two things, you didn't have Syria carved up into Lebanon and Jordan and Palestine and Iraq and Israel. It was just Syria, right? And the only reason that the Europeans did this is on purpose, so they could put people in little boxes. Oh, okay, so we'll put the Christians in Lebanon, and then we can put we can carve this border here to put the Shia in this area, and then they do that so that you can pit people against each other, and we'll make this area Jewish, but Winston Churchill and all these Europeans are actually anti-Semites. So what they did is they helped create Israel and to move all the Jews from Europe there, right? But that's only one of the reasons, because the other reason they did this is to of course prevent the Arab world from being unified, to sow chaos, and of course to use it as a sphere of influence. Israel is backed by the West and run by the West in terms of military financing. They share intelligence with each other. It's like a lily pad that the Americans use and Britain use to control the rest of the region. That's how it is. So I want to show you here something else with I'm going to give you let me give you an update on what's happening in Gaza. So this is now, it's just so 9:20 p.m. in Palestine, 6th of November 2023. So far, the death toll, 10,100 Palestinians killed by Israel, among them 4,200 children. If you look at this from Middle East Monitor, they say Israel has dropped more than 25,000 tons of explosives on the besieged Gaza Strip since the start of its large-scale bombardment on October 7th, equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. That's according to Human Rights Monitor, right, in a press release that they issued. They say that Israel have admitted to bombing over 12,000 targets in the Gaza Strip, pounding the enclave with roughly 10 kilograms of explosives per resident. The weight of the nuclear bombs dropped by the US on Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II were estimated at about 15,000 tons. So adding that due to technological developments affecting the potency of bombs, the explosives dropped on Gaza may be twice as powerful as a nuclear bomb. That means, so quote, that means the destructive power of the explosives dropped on Gaza exceeds that of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. I mean, it's, you know, the Israelis, they are bringing up Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Dresden to shut up the Americans and say, well, you know, you killed these, you dropped nuclear bombs and killed hundreds of thousands of people because you were fighting. So what? Just because the Israelis talk crap, why do the Americans have to continue giving them weapons and money? They just, you know, approved $14 billion bill in the House, right? Also, you know, a nuclear bombing of 2 civilian targets is not really the argument that the Israelis think it is. Also, Dresden, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, these are all criticized, to this day. And at the time, even by the U.S. admirals in the Navy in the Pacific Theater, whose job it was to fight the Japanese, even they could not understand why these bombs were being used because they were so disproportionate. Well, the reason was it was a show of force for the Soviets, right? But either way, I mean, it doesn't excuse it. And I know this goes without saying, but I will say it. Guess what? Palestinians are not Imperial Japan. They did not rape Nanking and murder millions of Chinese, and they are not Nazi Germany, okay? So Israel can go to hell with their crap. They're trying to find excuses to commit genocide, and the United States and Britain are just okaying it, and we will hold them to account. They don't have blood on their hands. They have swimming pools of blood on their hands, on their bodies. They are drowning in the blood of Palestinians. That's how many they have killed. It is a massacre. The videos I've seen, they're literally filling up body parts in bags because the doctors, let me just show you what's going on with the hospitals. Your mind is going to be blown. I mean, this is so evil what they're doing. No one is spared. No one is spared. There's no quarter for doctors, for UN staff, for children. Almost half the victims are children. Almost half the victims are children. What excuse do you have? They're collateral? Okay, fine. So when Hamas have military objectives like Israel, it's okay for them to kill civilians? Is it? Because you seem very upset about October 7th, and ironically, Israelis don't have civilians. Every Israeli has to join the army. You cannot be a fucking civilian if you are in the armed forces. Civilians are not in the armed forces, okay? You can't be in the army and also a civilian. You're active duty, you're a reservist, I don't give a fuck. You're a conscript. Once again, Israelis all have to join the army. All of them. And even those who dodge the draft, they have easy access to guns and they kill Palestinians while the Israeli army provide bodyguard service. Do you understand? The Israeli army, as a policy, a matter of policy, always go with the settlers like bodyguards. And if anyone dares to fight back, the Israeli army will shoot the Palestinians that the settler is terrorizing to defend the settler. So if you're an Israeli civilian, you can get a gun, you can walk around shoving it in Palestinians' faces, and if one of them dares to hit you, just slap you, the Israeli army will fuck them up and shoot them. And you want to tell me that Palestinians are terrorists? I mean, this is, you know, even the Nazis did not do this, but again, Israel have surpassed the Nazis in every way, and you know, what makes them worse is that this is in broad daylight. You know, there's no excuse now. What are the Europeans going to say? Oh, Franz, we didn't know this. Yeah, we had no idea. I swear it. Yeah. The videos are there. The internet is there. Everybody can see what's happening, and they're still allowing Israel to do it, condoning Israel, giving it the weapons, giving it the political cover and support that it needs to commit genocide. And I say to these people, fuck you. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this destruction. The Israelis bombed the university also here. Al-Azhar University, look at that. There's nothing that they haven't bombed. I mean, there's nothing left, really. Just disgusting. I mean, look how precise that is. They took out every wing, you know? And just like when they bombed the airport in Syria, they do it in, you know, in exact, precise, equal increments. And then the Israelis, you know, after bombing with such precision, they want to pretend like, oh, they didn't know there were civilians there. They know there are civilians there. That's why they're bombing it. They are mowing the lawn, so to speak, right? They're killing an entire generation. Because in the Israelis' fucked up genocidal mind, for them, you know, killing 4,000 Palestinian children means that, you know, in the future there will be 4,000 less people to resist them, or you know, in their minds, terrorist. Jesus, can I imagine doing this in broad daylight and then calling somebody else a terrorist? Fuck me. Look at this. I can't even keep up with this. So this now is Lebanon. You know, there's a Palestinian girl who is the top ranking student in Gaza. Okay. So I think her mark was 99.6% out of 100, right? So she's from Gaza, and she was the top ranking student in Palestine, and they killed her. She graduated just 3 months ago in July. The top ranking student, and the Israelis killed her. They murdered her. So you know, this is a bright mind that the whole world has lost. And just one example, because in Gaza actually, most people, you know, they go to university and they graduate and they have diplomas. So it's not only a young population, as I told you, half are children, but those who are older and have, you know, gone to high school, they also go on to do university and they graduate. So they all hold diplomas. And this is actually true in many Arab countries. In Syria, it's the same. You have a young population, many of them, all of them, everybody goes to do university. They all have diplomas. And now where are they? They're either killed by the West, by Israel, or Europe takes them in and benefits from a brand new free workforce. And of course, Europe, the West have aging populations. So they not only get to replace the aging population with a young labor force, but an educated one as well. So, I mean, for me, it's the same thing, but, they benefit in both aspects. And who loses? It's, of course, the Arabs. This mother from Gaza was, I mean, just watch this, please. So they murdered her children. Israel murdered her children, and she has their blood, her children's blood on her hands, and she doesn't want to wash her hands because she will never see her kids again. I want to show you now what one of the doctors at Al-Shifa Hospital said. I just want you to.
رئيس قسم في مستشفى شفا، مستشفى مزدحمة بالسكان النازحين.
Just look at this, please.
معك الدكتور عبد الحصيرة، رئيس قسم في مستشفى شفا، مستشفى مزدحمة بالسكان النازحين. المرضى المصابين بيجوا على المستشفى أو المرضى اللي نعمل لهم عمليات ما لقوش مكان يروحوا عليه لأنه مقصود بيتهم. نسبة القيصرات عندنا زادت، نسبة التنزيل زادت نسبة مضاعفة 3 مرات. الحالات اللي بتيجي مصابة كلها هي تفين انفصام في المشيمة. احنا بنروح على الحالات اللي في الجراحة بعد الإصابات من القصف، بنلاقي البيبيهات ميتة بطن امها، بنلاقي الام ميتة والبيبي بآخر أنفاسه، ممكن نلحق وممكن ما نلحقوش. الحضانة بتعاني معاناة، نقص بالأطباء، نقص في الأدوات، نقص في الغرف، مش لأن الولادات المبكرة زادت بنسبة كبيرة. الستات خايفة من الحركة، خايفة من التنقل، خايفة مش لاقي بيئة مناسبة للولادة. يعني تقول لي اروح على الجنوب، طب ما الجنوب بيقصف، مستشفيات الجنوب مكتظه بالايش؟ بالمواطنين. نضلنا هنا بغزه يا دكتور، طب داخلين المستشفى بقول لها فيش عندنا وسع. الحالات الحمل الخطر مش قادرين نتعامل معاها. طب يا دكتور انا صار معي حاجه بضلني في المستشفى واحنا مش قادرين نوفر لها اي خدمه في المستشفى. المرضى اللي بيجي احنا نحزن عليه، مش قادرين نقدم له خدمه مميزه. صح المستشفى موجوده وفاتحه، بس الخدمه تكون مميزه صعب. يعني هلقيت احنا لما اتكلم معاك الكهرباء قاطعه، يعني انا لازم احط على اثناء الولاده تخطيط على الجنين مش قادر. طب اذا احتاجت شفاط للجنين مش قادر. يعني قاعدين موفرين بالمبنى كله، مبنى ضخم زي هذا موفرين بس غرفه عمليات كهرباء ويو بي اس. الام مش يعني بعد الولاده بتقول لي وانا اروح يا دكتور، بعد الولاده القيصريه وانا اروح يا دكتور، يعني ولا عارفه تمشي ولا عارفه بدها اسعاف ولا عارفه مكان مبسوط في بيتها. لكن احنا بنستدعى كل يوم على 3-4 حالات حد ادنى انه ستات حوامل مخصوصه بنروح لا بنعمل لها عمليات. للاسف شديد نفقدهم. يعني انا يمكن 4 حالات عملت لهم عمليات وانفقدوا، البيبيهات انفقدت والامهات انفقدت، هم حوامل. احنا الستات دخلت في نزيف بعد الولاده وما عرفناش نتعامل معاها، لان احنا نشتغل قاعدين في مبنى الجراحه نتعامل معاها. احنا رفعنا رحم لستات وهي ممكن تتعامل معاهم، لكن لعدم توفر الدم خدنا القرار في رفع الرحم، لانه ما نقدرش ناخذ فرصه اطول لان ممكن نفقد العيانه. فاخذنا رفعنا نسبه ارحام لستات وهم صغار في السن، وهذا احنا بنعتبرها كارثه. احنا منظر مستشفى لكن الامكانيات صعب جدا عندنا.
I swear to God, Israel is the most evil, depraved thing in human history. You have Israelis, a bunch of Ukrainians, people from Chicago, from Australia, who are just next door, going to raves and partying, and have free healthcare paid for by Americans, of course, who have no healthcare, and enjoying life at the expense of Palestinians, and they're doing this to them next door. If you can watch that video and you don't want to scream about what Israel is doing, there's something wrong with you. You're not, you have no empathy. I don't know what to say. This doctor is a hero. They should build a statue of him. I'm not joking. This man deserves a statue. doctors now, because there's no electricity, they're having to use their mobile phones, you know, the flashlight, the torch on your phone. They're having to do operations, surgeries with their phones as the light because there's no electricity, because Israel cut it off. There is electricity, it's just that Israel cut it off. And if you dare fucking resist, if you resist, you're a terrorist. Jesus Christ. I mean, how could you not resist? How could you not resist? There would be something wrong with you. You wouldn't be a human being. You wouldn't be somebody from Earth, an animal. You know, everybody has a survival instinct. How could you live under that Israeli terrorism and not resist? Anyone, a cat, a dog, a deer, a human being would resist. Anybody. Every day, the Israelis find ways to, you know, to surprise me with their depravity, with their revolting, evil behavior. So revolting. Like they can easily just fuck off back to where they came from and leave everybody in peace. And no, fuck you, Hamas, chosen people, fuck you, airstrikes, fuck you, give me your billions of dollars, anti-Semite, fuck you. Something wrong with being Israeli. Really, you have to be a sick sadist fuck to do that to people. This is just one doctor telling you about how women, he has to do hypostectomies. He removes their uterus just to save blood because they can't do anything. I mean, Jesus Christ.
بعد الولاده ومع انفجرت الامهات انفجرت هم حوامل. احنا الستات دخلت في نزيف بعد الولاده وما عرفناش نتعامل معاها لان احنا نشتغل قاعدين في مبنى الجراحه نتعامل معاها. احنا رفعنا رحم لستات وهي ممكن تتعامل معاهم، لكن لعدم توفر الدم خدنا القرار في رفع الرحم لانه ما نقدرش ناخذ فرصه اطول لان ممكن نفقد العيانه، فاخذنا رفعنا نسبه ارحام لستات وهم صغار في السن، وهذا احنا نعتبرها كارثه. احنا منظر مستشفى لكن الامكانيات صعب جدا عندنا.
And to make things worse, it's not just the Israelis who are doing this, it's America that is allowing them, helping them, paying them, you know, financing their weapons, their army, their you know, their bombs to do this, right? Giving them the infrastructure, the military infrastructure to do this, and then the media who give them political cover and allow them to do this. This is also bad. This is also, you know, it makes them just as complicit. This is it's for me, this is beyond a genocide. This is really, I mean, it's something else. It's something else. There's something so sick about this that it's done like in broad daylight. Everybody can see it. The whole world can see it from every corner of the earth. They can see it. Jesus Christ. Because the Israelis have cut the water, Palestinians are digging wells in their apartments or in the ground in the buildings to try and get water out. Like they're basically digging underneath the ground floor and using the old wells, right? Because look at this.
صور الموتور لكن صور وانت بتنزل لا صور وانت بتنزل ايوه انت قاعد بتحس انك يا راجل قاعد زين هاي ولا تقعد زين ولا هاجر عبي بالقدر لف لك لفه 5 دقائق غاد وارجع بتلاقي معاك. كمل الفيديو بلال. ها بسم الله ما شاء الله بسم الله ما شاء الله قوة الا بالله.
So Palestinians have to dig up old wells Meanwhile, next door, the poor victims, the Israelis are drinking water from the Golan Heights in Syria, which they stole, like everything else they stole, right? Because that's what Israel is, a giant squat. Here's a hospital room, courtesy of Israel and the United States. Nothing is safe in Gaza. No one and nothing is safe. Not the UN, not the hospitals, not the journalists, not the babies, nothing, no one, nothing, no one, nothing. Here, more farewells, funerals. Meanwhile, the Israelis, of course, you know, they're going to their raves and their parties, and I want to show you. This is a rabbi in the Israeli occupation forces. So listen to what he had to say. His words.
אני רק אגיד מילה אחת, אני יש לי איזה סריטה, אני לפעמים יושב על הספה רגל על רגל ומדמיין דמיונות. אני אוהב לדמיין שאני ראש ממשלה, לא נראה לי זה יקרה, אבל חלומות טובים אני אוהב לדמיין. לאחרונה יש לי חלום, משתף אתכם, אני יושב ומדמיין לי שבימים האלה אין את ההרוגים, אין את השבויים, אין את הפצועים, וברגע שאני מזיז אותם מהמסך אני נשאר עם אולי החודש הכי משמח בחיים. אני אסביר לכם למה זה החודש הכי משמח בחיים מאז שאני נולדתי כבר יותר מ-40 שנה. כי הגענו לשלב, הגענו לנקודה שעם ישראל עולה קומה, עולה כיתה. אנחנו סוף סוף מבררים מי אנחנו. נולדנו לפני 75 שנה בילדה מחודשת. התבססנו, התחלנו לעבוד על הגוף שלנו, גדלנו, מתחיל שאלות זהות. מי אנחנו? מה אנחנו? מה אנחנו רוצים לעשות עם עצמנו? מה זה טוב? מה זה רע? מה זה רשעה? מה זה טומאה? ומה אנחנו באים לבשר? עוד דבר אנחנו מבררים בימים האלה, וזה דבר חשוב מאין כמוהו, הארץ שלנו. כל הארץ! כולה! כולל עזה! כולל הלבנון! כל הארץ המובטחת! אנחנו נחזור! אנחנו נחזור בענק! גוש קטיף זה כזה קטן לעומת מה שאנחנו נגיע בעזרת השם. וכמו שאמרתי מקודם, בעזרת השם אנחנו לא פחות מהבירור על הארץ, בירור על זה שאנחנו מבשרים לעולם מה זה טוב וצדק ומוסר וערכים, ולכן אנחנו נשבית את הרוע ונמגר את החמאס ונמגר את האויבים ונשמיד את כולם בעזרת השם בקרוב במהרה בימינו.
If you ever needed proof that Israelis have nothing to do with Judaism, this is it. You know, they are like ISIS. They claim they're Muslims. They're not Muslims, and these people claim they're native to Palestine. They're not, and they claim they're Jewish when they're not. They pervert the Bible and pervert the religion, and they are the true anti-Semites. And you know it's you're not allowed to say from the river to the sea Palestine will be free, because apparently this is calling for the destruction of Israel. But the Israelis can say that they want, you know, Lebanon, they want Gaza, and they also say from the river to the sea, right? And they want all of Syria too. That's okay. Actually, they don't just say it, they apply it and do it. They do it. Literally, they do it. That's okay. Yeah? You can't say that Israel doesn't have the right to exist, but Netanyahu's party, the Likud, in their charter, they say, we don't recognize any Palestine, right? There will never be a Palestinian state. So it's okay for Palestine not to exist. It's okay for Palestine not to be a UN member state. It's okay for Palestinians to be murdered. It's okay for, civilians to be killed because Israel has military objectives. This is all okay. But if you do it, you're a terrorist, right? If Hamas also have military objectives and happen to kill civilians by accident, just like the Israelis by accident, this is terrorism. But when the Israelis do it, it's collateral, right? This is from the Al Jazeera camera crew, or one of them in Gaza.
عندما تقول هذا المبنى كما قلت لك يعني ظلام دامس ولكن
انزل تحت انزل عشان الشظايا لحظة.
يعني المكان قريب للغاية. أنت كأنك تقول المبنى المقابل مثلا أو خلفه.
هذا صحيح، هو المبنى المقابل. الآن انزل يا حاج، انزل تحت، روح تحت السقف غاد. تعال هنا يا حمدان لجاء.
شكرا وائل. سوف نعود إليك عندما يكون الأمر مناسبا أكثر. القصف عنيف وقريب للغاية. سمعنا وائل يتحدث مع زميلنا حمدان ويطلب منه
I mean, it's just constant bombing. If you want to see more, look, here's another one. God. I'm pulling up my thread because I'm doing the every day on Twitter for you guys to follow. This is from the outside the Shifa hospital. So again, that's the main hospital in Gaza, the largest one, the one from which the doctor was speaking just earlier. So look at this one. This is just outside in the vicinity of the hospital. And they're doing the same outside Quds hospital, so they're shelling right next to the hospital. And actually, the other day they shelled the entrance of the hospital. So the Israelis bombed all these people that were just waiting outside the hospital to be admitted because they need medical attention, or that are just seeking refuge there because they have nowhere else to go. Their houses and homes have been bombed, or they've been kicked out by the Israelis, who are telling them to go south, where it is absolutely not safe. See, this is another big ploy and another big lie from the Israelis that, they've been saying, go south, you will be safe there. And what they've done is they bombed the people who were obeying their Gestapo evacuation order. And then now that most people have gone south, they're bombing the south, So you are not safe in Gaza. Nowhere is safe. Nothing is safe. This guy just lost his whole family. They've just been murdered by Israel.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. الله بيشفيهم حسبنا الله. في 7 أطفال وفي أمهم، وينهم؟ حسبنا الله. وين راحوا؟ خلاص وحد الله. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. وحد الله. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. طب وينهم؟ لو جابوا وينهم؟
So now the infrastructure in Gaza has crumbled so much that they can't even transport. There are no ambulances. Like they've forget about it. They have to put the dead bodies in freezers, right? They have to turn off the freezers days ago already. This is days ago because they need to conserve fuel to keep the generators running so they can power medical equipment. And now 6 of the operating theaters in the Shifa hospital had to be turned off today because they need to conserve fuel. So those are, you know, operating rooms. And now look how they're transporting the bodies. I mean, there's like
وصول الشهداء على عربات كما نشاهد بسبب قلة سيارة إسعاف على عربات حصان وهذا المشهد إلى المستشفى.
Even the horse you saw that pulling the cart was not spared when the Israelis bombed the Shifa hospital the other day. Even the animals, they you know, everything and anyone, they're not safe in Gaza. Now the Israelis, this is breaking news, they've just bombed South Lebanon.
معطل أنا
والله ابعت لي اياه معطل يا مصطفى.
The UN chief, Antonio Guterres, I want you to watch this clip and pay attention to what he's saying.
Some live pictures from the United Nations where the Secretary General...
I'm deeply concerned about clear violations of international humanitarian law that we are witnessing. Let me be clear. No party to an armed conflict is above international humanitarian law.
Except Israel.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children. Nothing can international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children. Hundreds of girls and boys are reportedly being killed or injured every day. More journalists have reportedly been killed over a 4-week period than in any conflict in at least 3 decades.
Did you hear that? More journalists have been killed in Gaza by Israel in just 3 weeks than in any other war in the last 30 years. Once again, the amazing Israeli democracy at work.
More United Nations aid workers have been killed than in any comparable period in the history of our organization.
That's what I told you before, right? They've killed more UN staff than in any war since the United Nations was founded. I think I speak for the whole world when I say fuck Israel. To hell with them. If this is what Israel needs to sustain itself, it can go to hell. And this is just one episode of 75 years. We know what Israel is. Israel is a genocidal European colony filled with people who have multiple avenues. You know, they can go back to Europe, they can get citizenship, they can live where they originally come from. They don't have to actually commit genocide. You know, they don't really need to be in Palestine. They just choose to do it and fuck people because they can, and they get away with it. You know, I'm not gonna be polite, and I'm not gonna shut up about Israel. They're literally butchering people in front of our eyes, and you know, you want me to tone it down? No, I'm gonna turn it up. Let them be fucking exposed, these murdering bastards. Here's a girl from Gaza who's suffering from burns on her entire body, thanks to Israel.
ماشي هتروحي لماما يلا يلا
Jesus Christ. You know, if you did that to a fucking dog in Europe, you would go to prison. But if you do it to a Palestinian child, it's okay. I swear, people in the West care more about animals than they care about Palestinians. That is a fucking fact. And that is damning. That is embarrassing. That is fucking shameful. That is shameful. That is pathetic. Look, dead bodies in the street. We can do this all night. I will be here all night showing you videos. Look, there are so many dead people. They have to put stickers and name tags on the bodies. And you want to sit there and tell me this is not a genocide? You guys remember the Intifada? I mean, there are two of them, but this is during the second one specifically. You remember this clip when there was a French camera crew? They showed a man and his boy being murdered live by the Israelis, just fucking executing them. They killed the boy. He said they killed the boy. Oh my god. Look at them. They fucking murdered them. Fuck Israel. Fuck them. They will never be legitimate. They will never be accepted. They will never be a country. Let them fuck off back to Europe where they belong. Or Australia, or wherever the fuck they come from in some shithole in Britain. You murdering bastards. Look at that. On live TV, just killing civilians for no reason. Sick, sick, sick people. Sick. And you wonder why Hamas exists? You wonder why Hamas exists? And you call yourselves fucking victims? You murdering bastards? You sick psychopaths? The chosen people. We are the chosen people. Yeah, the fucking devil's chosen people. You are truly the devil's chosen people. That's what you are. You make the devil look like a choir boy. You really do. They make the devil look like a fucking joke. Here's an Israeli. This is an Israeli Zionist rabbi. So again, a perversion of the religion. He's saying they should bomb. Look at what he's saying.
Mine friends. You understand? I'm telling you what the laws are.
It's in English.
Even if the United States government would say, okay, hey, you're becoming too fanatic, the government, too religious. We'll give you $1 billion extra every year to the aid. Don't touch the churches. We're not allowed to listen to them. God comes before Obama and his friends. You understand? I'm telling you what the laws are. If we are strong enough to do it one day, I doubt it. All place in the world that we will occupy in a war, milchemet mitzvah. We go to a war, we occupy. Let's say we occupy Lebanon. And over there, there's idol worshipping places. We have the same obligation to destroy it. Why? Because now we live there. We occupy the place. We occupy the place. The Torah say, "Uviar ta'ara mikirbecha." Don't leave anything, any idols among you. So every place that you live in, and now you the original owner of the place now, you the new owner I should say, from now on you have the same obligation to purify the place from all the idols. Because it's against the Torah. Remember, it's not what's good for me or not.
So he's saying they should destroy all the churches, and he talks about the Torah. That's the thing. They are about the Talmud, which is a completely different thing, right? Talmud is what the Israelis are, you know, rise and kill first. Be the first one to kill, which in the Torah is the complete opposite. The Torah, the Old Testament says don't kill. Just don't kill. right? He ignores that part. Let me show you more of Israel's quality, respect for international law. Here, you want to see another mass grave? Here's another mass grave of Palestinians killed by Israel and American bombs. "500 Palestinians killed last night. The Israelis even took the time to burn the shipping boats. So Gaza is on the beach, right? It's on the coast, and you can't fish in Gaza because if you can't even play football on the beach. The Israelis murdered 3 boys, over 10 years ago for playing football on the beach. And if you are able to somehow go fish, there is nothing to fish because you are trapped within 6 nautical miles. So it's become overfished. There are no more fish left, and you can't leave. But nevertheless, the Israelis took the time to destroy fishing boats for the Palestinians. Apparently, maybe Hamas were gonna, attempt a Viking invasion with these fishing boats, Here, let me show you. This is a Palestinian mother. They just killed her daughter. She's saying her hair tie. Her hair tie is still in my hand. This is hell. This is hell on earth. What they've turned Palestine, the Holy Land, they have managed to actually turn it into hell. Now, what I'm going to show you is even more graphic. This is an entire family that were killed. The wife and the 4 children. Jesus Christ. My God. Genocide, the genocide. If I'm against this, and that makes me Hamas, I'm Hamas. I'm proud to be with Hamas. I don't support genocide. I don't think that putting children in mass graves is acceptable. Yes, yeah, I'm not a psychopath. I'm with Hamas. The Israelis, they are the terrorists. They are the anti-Semites. They are against the Jewish religion. They do everything against what the religion says. They come and kill Semites, and then they point fingers and say, "You are the anti-Semite. You are the terrorist." Fucking nuts! I swear to God, they are ISIS. They're just like ISIS. No difference. So now the Israelis have bombed more journalists in Gaza. He's saying they just hit us. You look at that. They just bring down concrete and metal on people for no reason. Here, more casualties after last night. I told you they killed 500 people last night. It's endless, man. It's endless. It's like it's a sea of images and videos. It's you know. Horrible. And this is how the Israelis speak. I'll show you in a second. But you know, it's Let me show you. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. Look how they're bringing the bodies. I showed you they're doing this by mule and by cart. Here they don't even have a mule. It's a man who's pulling the cart. There are so many dead bodies and so little fuel thanks to Israel that people are literally, they are the mules now. They're just, you know. Once again, this is another man who deserves a statue. The guy pulling that cart. Here's another journalist who's been killed. All these journalists in Gaza, they deserve statues. They have documented the worst atrocity of the 21st century, which is really saying something because I thought Iraq was the worst. And the Israelis have managed to outdo themselves in 2014 and outdo, any genocide in history because it's on camera. It's in fucking live, high definition genocide. Never done before in history, and they are proud, and they are out on the news defending it. This has never been done in human history. Think about that for a second. Even the Armenian genocide, the Turks at least tried to fucking hide it. To this day, they deny it. The Israelis are proud. Yes, Hamas this and Hamas fucking that. These people are sick. They're sick in their heads, man.
That's our position as well. We have to, as we pursue relentlessly Hamas to destroy its military machine, at the same time, in parallel, we have to make a maximum effort to safeguard the Gaza civilian populations. That's the moral thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
But you're not doing a good job.
First of all, rushing to judgment again, Matt, if you don't mind me saying, the truth is that of the population there in the
9,000
north,
dead.
the overwhelming majority of the population of the northern Gaza Strip has fled, has heeded our advice, have voted with their feet, and have vacated the area. We agree with every word. That's our position as well. We have to, as we pursue relentlessly Hamas to destroy its military machine, at the same time.
Yeah, they fled south and you bombed them while they were fleeing, right? Jesus, they never stop. Again, you see how this guy, what's his accent? He's Australian, right? This guy's Australian, and yet he's up there with an official, Israeli flag. He's a government spokesperson, and he has an Australian accent. How the fuck do you have an Australian accent and you're from Palestine? I mean, yeah, I'm sure you'll find one or two people, but one of them is Scottish, the other one is Australian, one is from Chicago, one is from Germany. I mean, I get it. You are colonizers. You are thieves. Thieves. You stole the land and you're murdering the people and you're pretending that you are God's chosen people. Jesus, it never ends. It never ends. They always tell on themselves. They can't help telling on themselves, right?
This is okay. This is okay.
Gaza. It's okay. It's good. It's pleasure. I see this and my eyes is blowing from happy. Okay, I love these people because they are killed. Our innocent people. Okay, they are killed. Our innocent people. So we will
Are you
kill.
seriously saying you're happy seeing
Okay,
this?
Gaza. I want a village on Gaza. Okay, village with the view for the sea.
This makes you happy.
This is what
This
I
makes you
want.
happy. This makes you happy.
It's good.
Wait, Hamas doing it.
They need to put them on the open.
Wow. Listen, if you are brave, what is your Instagram? If you are brave, tell me your Instagram. If you are brave.
What do you want from me?
You scared?
Because you will go to my Instagram and
You're scared, yeah? Oh, okay. Then shut up. Then shush.
You can fuck my dick.
It's okay. She might be scared, but the Israeli government spokesperson will go and justify on CNN. Don't worry. Somebody will. Oh, that's funny. Oh, man. Here, let's watch more, depraved, mainstream media.
Hassan, she's a paediatric intensive care and humanitarian doctor with MSF. Tammy, thank you very much for being with us. Can we start with the news that we've had from MSF tonight, that some of your doctors have got through?
Oh, sorry, guys. I hold on. It's reloading. Sorry.
Yeah, Hassan, she's a paediatric intensive care and humanitarian doctor with MSF. Tammy, thank you very much for being with us. Can we start with the news that we've had from MSF tonight, that some of your doctors have got through the Rafah crossing today? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I'm not speaking on behalf of Doctors Without Borders today. I do work for them, but in this interview, I'm not speaking on their behalf.
Okay.
I can confirm that 22 members of Doctors Without Borders have successfully crossed the Rafah border, but I can't comment further.
Could you tell us, I mean, obviously you work with them and you know them well. Can you tell me what the situation is in Gaza right now for those who've stayed behind?
So my relationship with the Gaza Strip over the last 10 years has been as a teacher, not through MSF. I go and I train with a group of physicians and surgeons from Oxford University. I also do work for MSF and I speak on their behalf for the international community on this particular issue. So what I will be referring to in the rest of this interview with you is my relationship with colleagues in Gaza who don't necessarily work for MSF.
Okay.
I have a long-standing relationship with the medical community in the Gaza Strip through my training trips over the last decade.
And are you in contact with them? Are you in regular contact?
I am.
And what are they telling you?
So I just want to say it's a very hard act to follow after listening to Biden's speech because, what I'm about to tell you just seems so such a shock compared to the rest of the narrative that I've been listening to, waiting for my interview. This is an avalanche of human suffering that's 100% man-made. It is the worst humanitarian catastrophe I've experienced in my lifetime and in my growingly long career in humanitarian medicine. And it's burning through the hearts of every single humanitarian that I know. You know, I'm going to paint a picture for you of the degree of suffering that we're seeing. People keep asking me about medical aid and hospitals and the situation of the hospitals. The entire hospital healthcare system collapsed almost a week ago. It was announced on TV for the whole world to see. And in that week, there has been indiscriminate bombardment. And I don't even know if indiscriminate is the right term, because it's targeting healthcare facilities, ambulances, churches, mosques, schools, refugee camps, densely populated refugee camps, wiping out entire families in a second, entire multi-generational extended families in a second. There are almost 1,000 families in the Gaza Strip who have had at least 2 members of their family, at least 2 members killed in the last 3 weeks. There are almost 4,000 children who have been killed and identified, excluding almost 1,000 children whose bodies are still trapped under the rubble. Some of them may be alive for a long period before they ultimately die under the rubble. And I'm sorry if there are any young, children watching this. Perhaps this is a good time to ask them to leave the room, but I think it's important that I paint a picture, particularly when I'm following a news narrative that almost dismisses this avalanche of suffering that is unprecedented in modern times. There's an acronym in the Gaza Strip right now. I'm a pediatric intensive care doctor. I see a lot of suffering in my career. There's an acronym that is unique to the Gaza Strip, and it's WCNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family. Children, and it is used not infrequently in the last 3 weeks. It was coined in the last three weeks. One physician told me a few days ago that a little girl came in wounded, and she had a piece of paper in her pocket that she handed to him. He sent me a picture of the piece of paper. It had 27 names on it, and she said, "These are the members of my family that were with me in my home. Please look for them. Please look for them under the rubble. Don't look for this one," and she points to the name of her sister. "I know she's already dead." This is a 10-year-old little girl. Wounded child, no surviving family should not exist as an acronym. And to follow President Biden as he continues to justify and to warmonger, all I can say is this has to stop. It's a collective stain on our humanity. It's a stain on our collective humanity.
Tony, let me ask you paint such a vivid and horrific picture. You really do, and I understand that these are your friends who you've worked with and how difficult that must be. You're not alone. I've been reading testimony today from Philip Lazzarini, who's the Commissioner General of UNRWA. He's been speaking to the UN Security Council. He said this: the sanitary conditions are appalling. People live on very little bread and whatever is left of some water. 70 of their staff members have been killed, and they are looking after 670,000 people in their refugee centres. Is there any sign from what you're hearing of a humanitarian pause or pauses that could be negotiated?
I'm not a politician, but the word pause to me makes no sense. You pause to nourish and hydrate a population before you kill them. It just doesn't make any sense for me. You stop the bombardment. That is what the entire global community should be pushing for and should be insisting on. And I think in leading up to my introduction, I think you interviewed somebody who said something very similar, a Gazan who said something very similar. The priority is not giving us aid. You need to stop the indiscriminate bombardment. So I think, yes, what is needed is a humanitarian truce or a ceasefire, global intervention, things that were voted for by the overwhelming majority of countries on this planet a few days ago in the General Assembly of the United Nations, yet they're not adhered to. and are completely disregarded by the powers that be. Two powers, to be specific.
Tanya, I'm going to have to leave it there because I am out of time, but I hear you. People will have heard you. It's a very powerful message that you're giving us. And thank you very much for joining us this evening on the programme. Thank you.
And thank you for everybody watching.
I'm sorry. You've said too much truth already. I'm gonna have to stop you there. The Israeli Foreign Ministry are calling. Bye bye. Yeah, I do like that he didn't interrupt her most of the time. At least she got to speak. But you know, it shouldn't be, you know, once in a while that we actually hear the truth, because that's what happens, is that they'll let Israelis speak, you know, Zionists speak, liars speak, and then for a few minutes, you know, in the week, or a few minutes per day, they'll allow someone who's telling the truth, the things that matter the most, to speak, which is, you know, it doesn't make you objective or unbiased. On the contrary, it literally proves that you're biased. So, you know, I always tell you what the Israelis say. I literally, how many Israelis did I play for you? I can't count them anymore. I showed you so many. I showed you people from the army, a government spokesperson, an Israeli army spokesperson. I always show you what both sides are saying, and then I give you not just my opinion, but the conclusion. Because when you know, it's not my opinion that Israel is committing genocide. They are committing genocide. They have declared intent. I have showed you, demonstrated to you countless videos. I am inundated in videos and photos of this genocide. The names of the dead have been published. The proportionality there is gone. There is none. I mean, you know, that's not an opinion. It's a fucking fact. It's a fact. So I'm biased in favor of the truth. And the truth is that Israel is evil. They're genocidal. They are a perversion of what it means to be Jewish. They have hijacked that religion and using that to justify their presence in an area of the world that they're not native to. Not my opinion. You fucking heard with your own ears how all of the spokespersons are not from the Middle East. One of them is Australian, one is Scottish, the other one is French. You know, these are not people who learned French and learned English. They are from Britain. They are from Australia, and Australia is a colony itself. You know, like, this is what Israel is. They're a bunch of you know, colonizers, not immigrants, colonizers, people with guns who murder and take land. I swear to God, when I say I could be here all night showing you videos, it's true. Not just all night. We could be here all week, because they're coming in every minute. You know, it's I can't stay all night because I need to take, you know, breaks from seeing this stuff you know, 24/7, so I can come back and show you again what's happening. But you know, it's nothing compared to what people in Gaza are going through. I mean, how could you, like, even if you let's say your family, like, if you're physically okay, right? Let's say you're physically okay, you manage to not be killed or wounded, but your family have been murdered. How do you come out of that? You know, like, you that means this person is now wounded for the rest of their lives. Those children, like that girl, her whole body burned. She can't even fucking speak, you know, or think properly, and her life has been ruined. You know, what life? What life? She might die tomorrow, God forbid. She might die in a future airstrike, God forbid. There is no life. They're murdering people just wholesale. Even the UN staff are starving. Do you know, like, it's not that the UN staff are like, they're above the Palestinians. No, but it shows you that the impartial, neutral, you know, health workers, journalists, the people that shouldn't be touched and allowed to do their jobs and have nothing to do with Hamas. Like, there is no connection to Hamas, right? Because they kill Palestinians and then tell you, oh, yeah, they're Hamas. What, you tell me the UN are Hamas as well? Bullshit. And bullshit on the first one too. But it just goes to show you how no one is safe. No one. Obviously, the civilians come first, without question. But I'm just showing you how Israel is so, indiscriminate and doing this on purpose. It's what she said in an interview. It's like we say indiscriminate, but then when you think about it and you look at the evidence, they're targeting. They're targeting. Indiscriminate is you don't know where it's going, and again, that's not even an excuse. But to target the hospital, the school, the places where the civilians are on purpose, and then make up some bullshit story. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. You can keep saying Hamas till the cows come home. You're still a fucking murderer. I mean, this is really, really, really evil, really evil, and it's never been done before. It sets a new precedent. I mean, I hope not, but how can you be so proud of this and then go and justify it? War criminals try to hide. They usually run away to South America or something. The Israelis are proud. And then they wanna attack you, they hound you and bark at you if you don't just grovel at their fucking feet and say, yes, master, yes, yes, yes. I will not be an anti-Semite. I will love Israel. They have the nerve to use that word, anti-Semite, when they're murdering Semites every minute, murdering a Semite. Jesus. They're not even from the area. They're not Semites themselves. They've hijacked the land, the food, the beach, the entire area, the ethnicity, all of it. They want to pretend so badly that they come from Palestine to justify what they're doing, but it will never be justified because they tell on themselves. You can tell from the accent that this person is an Australian. This person is British. This person is German. They speak fluent German, like a native speaker. I mean, yes, there are people who are good at languages, but not every fucking one of them has come from a different place. This is a colony. So Irish citizens were not permitted to leave Gaza. Do you guys know that? They did not allow. So look, there are people trapped in Gaza who have dual citizenship or which I find disgusting that if you're from the right country, you can leave the hellhole. You're allowed to pass. But even the Irish who are white and, they are European, were not allowed to leave. Probably because they don't like Israel and they know what colonialism is. Maybe I don't know. I just find that weird that the Irish were not allowed in the, they were not included in the list of foreign nationals. Everybody else was allowed to go except Why? What is that? Also, the fact you need to understand something. This border crossing is between Egypt and Gaza. What does Israel have to do with that? Okay? Why does Israel exert influence over a border crossing between Egypt and Gaza? Yes, another mystery. Another mystery. Probably because they can bomb it, and they've done that before. Everything that comes through is controlled by Israel. They search all the trucks. It's like you can't even bring in aid without the Israelis treating it like it's some shipment of weapons or something. They are so insecure and pathetic. Really, it's like they know what they're doing is wrong. They know that they're running a death camp, and people are going to resist because that's a natural human response. And not only a natural response, it's a moral and legal right. It's a right, not a privilege. It's a right to resist. Okay? So the Israelis know that people in this concentration camp are going to get pissed off from their fucking shit and fight back. So they know that people are going to bring in weapons. And then that's why they treat everybody like terrorists, even though Israel themselves, they are the terrorists and the original aggressors and were the ones committing the infractions, although that's sort of an understatement given the scale of the murders and the genocide. I mean, they know what they're doing is wrong. They know. That's why they kill the journalists. They shut them up. They silence people. They know. My God,
Look at this. I mean, again, please, warning, this is very graphic. Just they're stuffing the dead children into bags. There's nothing left in Gaza. Israel made sure. My God. Those poor children, those poor people. Look at that, gone. They never even got a chance to live. Nothing. All they've known is war. All they've known is war. If you are 15 in Gaza, you have lived through 4 different Israeli attacks and wars on Gaza. Can you imagine? I don't know what else I can say. I mean, if people who think Israel is who support Israel, they are sick. They either don't know what Israel is, which is not an excuse, and or they are psychopaths. There's nothing else to say. Nothing justifies this. Nothing. Look at the scale of this destruction. This is unprecedented. It's something like out of a movie. It's like an apocalyptic wasteland. How do you manage to just ruin everything like this? It's not like it's one group of children. It's waves, thousands of children murdered, like thousands of residents killed. Residential block after residential block. I can't even tell them apart anymore. It's like a giant blur, and they have literally destroyed half of the homes in Gaza. Yeah, it's unlivable on purpose. On purpose. The Gaza Holocaust, the Gaza ghetto. This is what everybody, and should refer to this as, and I will always refer to this as the Palestinian Holocaust. This is the Gaza Holocaust. They burned people. They crushed them under the rubble. So I want to show you that there's a union. Okay, so in Barcelona, the dock workers. Some good news. Okay, look at this. So these dock workers in Barcelona announced that they're refusing to load the weapons that go to Israel on board the ships. Right, so I can I speak French and English, so I can sort of decipher Spanish. So I can think it says to maintain peace and so international peace and security, protect human rights, to distribute humanitarian aid, so to protect the climate. I'm not sure if I understood this one. Sustainable climate action, and then to defend international law. So this is what is needed. If people everywhere did this, Israel wouldn't last a week, honestly. And if reporters did their fucking jobs, Israel wouldn't last a week. And America, no, doesn't matter what America wants. If Saudi Arabia would cut off the oil and Egypt would shut down the Suez Canal, Israel wouldn't last an hour. The Americans would be fucking storming into Tel Aviv and telling them to stop the bombs right this second. The stock, it would go wild. It would go wild. If only the Arabs, and I'm not the Arab people, just a few Arabs, the ones that are in power, that have been put in power by the West. If only they had a fucking spine. If only they had some balls. If only they had some respect for themselves and for other human beings. Well, I think that concludes my Gaza update. If you think that you can undertake some form of industrial action like this and block Israeli weapons or anything, even avocados, anything from going or to occupy Palestine, from going to Israel or coming from Israel, do it. Are you guys making sure to boycott? I look, I don't know the full list of the brands. I know there's a BDS website, but I don't know. I couldn't find the list. It depends on the per country, but Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Burger King, Papa John's. There's a list we looked at. I think. Make sure you guys are boycotting. It does work. Starbucks, for example. Make sure you boycott Starbucks. Anyone and anything to do with the Israelis, boycott. So I don't know if this list is comprehensive, but it's one that I've just found. Timberland shoes, Tommy Hilfiger, Sky, The Sun. I mean, you should boycott that anyway. Nestle, Pepsi, Nokia, Marks and Spencer, Starbucks, Schweppes, KFC, all of this. IBM. IBM they made money off of the Holocaust. If I recall correctly, they helped make the tattoos that to people. They helped make the machines that tattooed people in the Holocaust. But in any case, make sure you're boycotting. Make sure you're doing that. And if you guys can do any form of industrial action, do it. Do it. Let's do our bit. Let's do our bit. So again, I don't know. Thank you, Joe, for joining on Patreon, and Baba for joining on Patreon. We've got a super chat on PayPal from Northside. Says, thank you for your amazing work, Richard. You are a shining beacon from Rachel. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Rachel. You're kind. And we've also got one over here from give me a second, guys. From Emna. Thank you for that donation. It's very generous, and I'm grateful to you guys. We also have some on Rumble from the Crazy Puppet. Thank you, Crazy Puppet. I'm trying to find it because it slid up somewhere, but Crazy Puppet said it keeps bugging out. Oh, Crazy Puppet just said Z or Z. Thank you. Nasser says, Richard, your voice is so important. I knew the day would come when you would get demonetized for speaking against Zionism. Thank you for your work. Yeah, well, to hell with him. Thank you, Habibi. And we have one here from Nasser again. It says, why do American and English Jews feel the need to pronounce Hamas in a Hebrew accent? They speak perfect English, but still say Hamas. Yeah, I know. It's funny. I mean, I think the Hebrew that the Israelis speak is nothing. It's not even close to the original Hebrew because they're Europeans. So, how the hell do they know how it's pronounced? The Jews that are from our region that are actually Semites from the Middle East, the original Jews, not Europeans. Those guys know how to speak Hebrew and have kept that Hebrew going, the accent and all these things. I don't know what qualifies somebody from Russia to speak a Hebrew properly when they have nothing to do with the region. So Crazy Puppet says they showed up. Oh God, you reminded me. Yeah, in the UN. Okay, let me. Honestly, I was I wanted to talk about this. Thanks for reminding me, Crazy Puppet. Hold on, let me find it. That was wild. Honestly, that was wild. Yeah. Okay. So check this out. What we did. So in my outlet, I
Is this not
I asked them to put together all these crazy clips of the Israeli ambassador, who is like, he's really a gem of comment. You know, he's really funny, honestly. More like a nut job, but anyway. So I asked my outlet to put together this clip of the. So it's not one clip. These are multiple clips of the Israeli ambassador behaving like a clown at the UN. And this week he showed up with a Star of David, a yellow one, like the Nazis used to put on Jews in World War II, and before that. You know, I mean, just watch.
Are thrown at your car while your children are inside, is this not an attack of terror? From now on, my team and I...
What do you mean, man? That's not a... Palestinians throw stones and rocks, not cinder blocks. Look at that thing. He dug up the fucking Rosetta Stone and brought it with him to the UN. What a drama queen. What a liar. What an absolute liar. What do you think? He has Palestinians just walking around with cinder blocks and cement, fucking bricks in their pockets. What absolute rubbish. Also, I'm not saying it's the best form of resistance, but you are on their land, so you're free to go back to Ukraine or Australia, wherever you come from.
From now on, my team and I will wear yellow stars. We will wear this star until you condemn the atrocities of Hamas and demand the immediate release of our hostages.
Okay, you can keep wearing that, but you are, number one, a clown, and you are making a mockery of the Holocaust, truly insulting victims of Nazis. And number three, why don't you behave like an actual diplomat? You're lucky enough to be a UN member, a member state. Of course, at the expense of Palestinians, right? Who don't have full membership because of you, and whose land you stole. So why don't you be quiet? If I were you and I stole somebody's country, I'd hide in the back of the fucking room instead of prancing around pretending I'm a victim. He's so confused. He's not used to being held to account, or anybody opening their mouths about Israel. He was like, "How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? I'm the chosen people, the representative of the chosen ones." Let go, you anti-Semite.
The UN is failing, and you, Mr. Secretary General, have lost all morality and impartiality. This is a pure blood libel, and I think that the Secretary General must resign.
Wow. You think that? You also think that you should wear a Star of David and make a mockery of Holocaust victims, and you also think that you're not a terrorist. So, you can go think by yourself in the corner. No one cares.
Look at this grandmother being forced to hold a Hamas terrorist rifle as he takes a picture with her. This is inhumane. Inhumane.
Well, it's not like, at least he didn't put the grandmother on the ground, blindfold her, and, do this. Right? Which is a war crime. But, you're not going to say anything about that. I know. It's okay. I know. What a funny ambassador. Really. Usually ambassadors, they're supposed to be classy. Like Lavrov. Calm. Cool-headed. Instead, he wants the attention. You know, this is like part of Zionism. It's like, oh, we are the victims. We are always the victims. You are victimizing us, even while we are committing genocide. We are the victims. You know, it's what you call you know, when by attacking somebody, you preemptively. So we're starting George Bush doctrine here. You know, you shut them up, basically. You know, it's like attack is the best form of defense. That's how the Israelis operate. They think that if they, you know, pound you and bark at you and yell at you and accuse you of this and that and this and that, they'll, you know, they can basically shut you up before you open your mouth, or they can just shut you up entirely and make themselves look like they're right. You know, it's really a cheap tactic, and it doesn't work. I mean, you know, you are killing too many people for anybody to care about these gimmicks anymore. It's just, you know, he's out of his mind. I'm sorry, but, you know, holding up a giant block and then bringing a photo of a grandmother, you know, doing a peace sign. No, this is not terrorism. I'm happy to refer you to your own army. I'm sure they'll provide you with a list of, you know, civilian targets that they've bombed in the last couple of minutes, days, hours, weeks, you know, whatever, because there are many of them if you want examples of terrorism. Here, this is one, for example. Here's another. See? Plentiful. The Israelis are now firing these flares around the Shifa hospital, and I pray they don't do anything, because you know, nothing would surprise me at this point. My God, they've got flares all over the city, you know, all over the city. It's just terrorizing people, you know, just really endless. That's what it looks like. See? In any case, I hope you had a laugh from the Israeli ambassador, and guess what? You will be seeing him soon, featured in something else, but you'll have to wait for that. So again, thank you guys for your donations. Thank you for supporting my work. Again, they demonetized my channel because of this, because I'm showing you what they're doing. So, you know, they age restricted the video, saying, oh, it's too graphic. Yeah, well, killing people is graphic. Maybe go complain to Israel. And, you know, they basically took away my primary source of income, my revenue. You know, I'm a journalist. I report and get money through donations. So, you know, they're making sure that not only I don't make money, but also, you know, I get my videos demoted because they're not recommended, and also taken down, deleted. They deleted a lot of my coverage of this war, which is, you know, basically helping the Israelis cover up their fucking crimes. So, you know, I'm not going to shut up, and we're going to keep doing this on Rumble. In fact, it's better because I can actually, and again, I do try to warn you guys. I tell you, you know, beforehand that if I'm going to show something graphic, but before on YouTube, I couldn't even do this because, you know, they just, you know, they make you censor yourself in a way by not being able to show people. And I think it's important because the Israelis, what they want to do is for everything to be swept under the rug. And yeah, it's really horrible to look at, but it's, you know, by looking at it, you understand what is actually happening. The Israelis, you know, these 40 babies and all this crap that they claimed. Have you noticed they haven't released a single photo? There's nothing, no evidence of anything. And I'm a journalist. I can't just believe what the fucking Israeli army and military say just because, you know, they said so. I'm not going to do that. They have a history of lying for political gain, as most countries do actually, but Israel's not a country. The point is that the Israelis are doing this to justify their slaughter. Nothing they say is going to justify it, but I'm going to be especially vigilant because they're committing genocide. So if they're doing it because of the hostages, well, Hamas offered you the hostages. You said no. If they're doing it because of October 7th, show me the evidence. I have no doubt Hamas killed people, but were they combatants or not? I need to ask this because Israel kills civilians and call them combatants. So I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps, you know, they were being dishonest about what happened on October 7th. I don't know what happened, but I need to see in order to understand. I'm a journalist, and they are not providing anybody, you know, simple photos, videos, nothing. So there's something shady about that. There's something weird. You know, and either way, I really don't care what they say. You can't just do what they're, you know, what you're doing right now in Gaza because Hamas this. No, that's not happening. So in any case, guys, thank you very much. If you're coming in from YouTube, make sure you subscribe on Rumble, because yeah, like I said, they demonetized the channel, and I'm trying to build this one up, right? And please make sure you can donate on PayPal or, I don't know, on Patreon, a few dollars here and there. It would really help because I need to make up for the revenue that was lost on YouTube. And I would, you know, greatly appreciate it because it's only through you guys that I'm able to do this. You know, I need to be, you know, like, I don't want my hands tied, and by being independent, I can just report. I don't have to worry about anything, and you guys, but through your support, you enable me and empower me to just do my job and tell you what's happening as it is. So it's very, very important. It's very important. And, you know, just being able to sustain this work and myself to have a living so I can just focus on the work is through you guys. So I'm very grateful. And if you're able to donate, I know it's not the best economic climate, but if you can, please make sure you do on PayPal or Rumble. YouTube, it doesn't work, and Cash App also stopped working. So very, very mysterious timing, you know. Thank you guys for all your donations. Sorry if I didn't manage to read them because I was more focused on just showing you what Israel's doing. In any case, I really appreciate it, and I'm going to play a crab dance for those of you who joined on Patreon. Thank you so much for supporting my work, for you know, helping me just do what I do. I'm most grateful.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you.
والله في كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
We got him.
Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Oh!
Disgusting!
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Why you text Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it! I yield my time! Fuck you!
You cannot blame the Palestinians for, wanting to free their land. This is very basic, common principle of any human rights charter. It's in the United Nations Charter. It's in the Geneva Convention that if you are occupied, you can fight to liberate your country in any way you like. The UN General Assembly even underscored this and said this includes armed struggle. That means with weapons. No one wanted it to get to this situation. It's the Israelis who came and used weapons. When they did the Nakba in 1948, they wiped out entire villages. They wiped them out. This is very, very clear. This is ethnic cleansing. It's genocide. No one wanted it to get to this stage. It's the Israelis who've allowed it to get to this stage. There's nothing wrong with dismantling colonies. No one cries because the British Empire had to collapse.
We are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything will be closed. We are fighting against human animals and we are acting accordingly.
Human animals. I mean, if I had given you the exact quote that he just said of what he just said, you would think this is a Nazi talking about Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. Human animals. That's what he called everybody in the Gaza Strip. What the Israelis have done before is that they calculated how much food people in Gaza need to eat to survive, right? Like what is the bare amount of calories? The Israelis did this for the purpose of looking at how much food they can give the Gazans, as little as possible, just to make sure that they stay alive. And then they actually gave them less than that. And the only other example that I know of this in recent history is Nazi Germany. Okay, the food minister, the Nazi food minister, was called Backe. That's his name. He did something called the hunger plan. You can take a guess. You can guess already what it was. When they took all these Soviet prisoners of war, which they considered to be subhuman in Nazi Germany, Backe calculated how many calories they would need in order to starve the Soviet prisoners down to something ridiculous, like 50 or 60 calories a day. They gave the Soviets as little as possible, and guess what? A lot of them died because of hunger. Millions. And they gave the food to the Nazi soldiers, right? So this is a perfect analogy to what is happening in Gaza. So now, instead of giving them too little calories to survive, they're giving them no calories to survive, right? So it's gone from out of the frying pan into the fire. Hamas know that this is going to happen. There's always something that the Israelis do to crap on everybody. So when you are in a situation like this, you have nothing to lose. You literally have nothing to lose. So why not just go all out? Why not go all out? Again, the Israelis want you to think, oh, they're victims. Oh, Hamas are terrorists. No, man. You're starving 2 million people. You've surpassed terrorists. You become genocidal at this point. Let's call him General Genocide. Right? That's his rank. They need to plunder Niger. You got hundreds of trucks lining up at the border. They can't get in the country because of the situation that ECOWAS has created, and of course at the behest of France and the United States. These sanctions are biting hard and they're illegal. They have no moral or legal basis whatsoever. Niger is the poorest country on earth, and they bite it and smite it with these sanctions. How can you be so evil to do such a thing like that? People have had enough. When you have been subjugated and forced into poverty like this, you have no option but to give a middle finger and say goodbye, get out of my country, go now. I'm happy that I'm alive to see this. This is real decolonization. This is it. This is the real thing. The real thing. If it weren't real, they wouldn't be so upset in Paris. Now, would they? Would they? I rest my case. Let me just ask you something right now before I continue. And I want you to comment right now whether you're watching live or you're watching on replay. Especially Americans. Have you ever heard of Agadez or Airbase 201? Do you know what that is? Please tell me right now in the comments. Guess what? You should have heard of it. You should know it because you paid for it. This base cost over $100 million. It's one of those massive sinkholes that you have, in the Pentagon. Yeah, you guys know that the Pentagon have been audited, I think, twice, maybe 3 times. But the point here is that every single time that they've been audited, trillions of dollars are unaccounted for. The truth is that Airbase 201 in Niger is the largest American drone base not in Niger, not in Africa, in the world. That's pretty unique. That sticks out, right? There's something special about this, especially when you paid for it. Hamas are doing exceptionally well, even though they have less resources, and they're constantly targeted, right? That is something which really shows you how sanctions have failed, how isolation has failed, how this strategy of, you know, trying to make sure that Gaza is besieged, Syria is besieged and isolated, you know, sanctioned, cordoned off from the rest of the world. Iran is also sanctioned and isolated. Russia's isolated. It doesn't work. As a matter of fact, it's funny because they end up shooting themselves in the foot. They just shoot themselves in the foot. I take it the Israelis will insist on overstaying their non-existent welcome a tad bit more, but nevertheless, there is no question about it. What happened today makes the 2006 war with Lebanon, where Lebanon and specifically Hezbollah humiliated Israel, look like a joke. That's how bad today is, right? Like, that's how humiliating it is for Israel. The Canadian Parliament gave a standing ovation, literally a standing ovation for a Nazi. Not a neo-Nazi, no, a Ukrainian Nazi. He's like, oh, wait till they find out.
He's a Ukrainian hero, a Canadian hero, and we thank him for all his service. Thank you. No, the hell you don't. These are photos of him in World War II in the SS Galicia division. So this is the 14th division of the Waffen SS. Here's Trudeau. Look at him try to wiggle his way out like some worm.
It's extremely upsetting that this happened. The speaker has acknowledged his mistake. It's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue.
Dude, what disinformation? Did you not applaud a Nazi? Are you not arming Nazis in Ukraine?